will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Hi, welcome to Beginning Laravel, from novice to professional. In this course, you'll learn Laravel from basic concepts to building real-world projects. You'll also learn to write clean code in your Laravel project. This course uses a project-based approach and to-do points to make sure you get enough information to build your Laravel knowledge and make you confident in building projects with Laravel in a relatively short period of time. Let me give you a quick overview of what projects we will build in this course. So this is the first project that we're going to build. It's called the Contact app, a simple application to manage contacts. You can list all contacts with pagination. You can filter contacts by a company and search the contacts. You can see the contact details, edit a contact, delete the contact, and, of course, add a new contact. You can also manage companies and edit your profile info and photo. The second project that we're going to build is Larapics, an application that allows users to share royalty-free images. Users can list all images, see details of the image, like the image, favorite the image, or download the image. Users can see the related images, also comment on the image. Users can manage their images, list them, search images, upload an image, edit the image, and delete the image. So that's a quick overview of the project that we'll build in this course. Now let's see a quick overview of the topics you'll learn in this course. You'll learn how to work with a database, such as migration, Cedar, Eloquent, Eloquent relationship, and model factories. You'll learn about routing, controller, and views. You will learn how to work with the form, such as building a form, validating the form, and persisting the data into the database. You'll learn authentication, route model binding, resourceful routes, form request validation, handling file upload, working with storage, working with Blade components, and much more. So, that is a broad overview of the projects you're going to build, and some of the topics you'll learn in this course. I hope you're interested in this course, and join me today to learn Laravel and build real-world projects with Laravel. In this section, you're going to see how to set up your local development environment on your machine. If you have your local development environment set up, you may skip this section and continue to the next one. However, if you don't have your local development set up, please watch this video first before watching other videos. So in this video, I will show you what you need to install on your local machine to get the Laravel development environment up and running. After that, I will show you 3 development stack options that you might choose. So, to get the Laravel development environment up and running, the first thing you need to install is PHP. When I'm recording this video, Laravel 9 is the latest version, and it requires PHP version 8.0 or above, and some PHP extensions such as BCMath, CType, CURL, and so on. Usually, once a new Laravel version is released, it requires a higher PHP version. So, if you take this course when the newer version is released, then check out the server requirements in the Laravel official guide to get up-to-date information about the PHP version and extensions that you need to install. Next, you'll need a database server to persist data. Laravel supports multiple databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, and SQL Server. However, in this course, we will use MySQL version 5.7. You can also use MariaDB version 10.3 or higher, because MariaDB forked from MySQL and was developed by the original MySQL developer and community after it was acquired by Oracle in 2009. It intended to maintain high compatibility with MySQL. Since version 5.4, PHP provides a built-in server that you can use to serve your PHP file, which means that you may not need a web server such as Apache or Nginx to serve your Laravel app. However, you will need Apache or Nginx for production. Next, you need to install Composer for the PHP dependency manager. So it's not specific for Laravel only. In modern web development, using a dependency manager is very important, because most packages, libraries, frameworks, and even Laravel require other PHP packages. Last, you may need to install the Laravel installer. With Composer installed, you can create a new Laravel project by using a Composer command like so. If you think that this command is a bit long, you can install Laravel installer that helps you create Laravel project much simpler, just like this. So now that you know what you need to install on your local machine, to get the Laravel development environment up and running. Let me show you some development stacks that you can choose. You can install one by one the software that has been explained before, or you can install a development stack that bundles PHP, MySQL, and other software. There could be many different development stacks out there, but here I will show you 3 options: XAMPP, Valet, and Sail. Let's see the first option. XAMPP is the most popular PHP development environment. It's easy to install and to use. It is available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. When I'm recording this video, it includes PHP 8.1.2, MariaDB 10.4, Apache 2.4, and PHPMyAdmin. These versions might change in the future. The second option is installing a Valet. It is a blazing fast Laravel development environment. It is only available for Mac. Valet helps you serve your site with minimal settings. You don't need to start up the server to serve your Laravel app manually. Just open your browser and enter your Laravel project name, followed by .test, to access your project. Valet requires Homebrew, and you also need to manually install PHP, Nginx, MySQL, and Composer on your system before installing Valet. The third option is to install Sail. As noted in Laravel's official guide, Laravel Sail is a lightweight command line interface for interacting with Laravel's default Docker development environment. Sail provides a great starting point for building a Laravel application using PHP, MySQL, and Redis without requiring prior Docker experience. Before installing Sail, you need to install Docker Desktop on your machine, which is available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. To install Docker Desktop, make sure you have a high computer specification with at least 4 GB of RAM, because it consumes lots of resources. Okay, that's it for now. In this video, we've learned what we need to install in our machine to get the Laravel development environment up and running. In the next couple of videos, you'll see how to install the stack in Windows machine or Mac. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up the local development environment on a Windows machine. Alright, let's open up our browser. Then enter apachefriends.org. On this page, we can go to the download section. Then choose the XAMPP for Windows. When I'm recording this video, the current PHP version is 7.3.12, and it may change when you visit this page. Just choose the latest version. Alright, let's hit this button, then I'll hit the Save button to save the file. And this process could take a minute or so, depending on your internet speed. I'll come back when it is finished. Alright, XAMPP has been downloaded successfully. Now let's hit the file to install it on our machine. Here we'll get a warning message like this. Just hit OK to continue. Installing XAMPP is super easy. Just follow the steps. We can hit the next button. Then here, we can customize which packages need to install. In the server section, let's choose Apache and MySQL only, so we can uncheck other options. Let's hit the next button. And here, you can specify the location where you're going to install the XAMPP. Here I'll put it in C. Then hit the next again. I don't want to learn about Bitnami, so I'll uncheck this check option. Hit next again. OK, setup is now ready to begin installing XAMPP. Let's hit the next button again to proceed. This process could take some time, so I'll come back once it is finished. Alright, here I get Windows Security Alert pop-up. The Windows firewall has blocked some features of Apache Server on public and private networks. Just keep the default option checked, then hit the Allow Access button. Okay, we've successfully installed XAMPP on our machine. Let's keep the option checked to start the XAMPP control panel as soon as we hit the Finish button. Here we get a language window to choose the language. I'll select English, then hit the Yes button. You can fire up any services in this window by hitting the Start button. Once the service is running, it has a green color indicator. As you can see, the Apache service is now running. For now, I will not start MySQL. However, if you're building a Laravel app or accessing PHPMyAdmin, you need to hit the button to start the MySQL service. Alright, now let's open the command windows. Then here, if we type php-v, the PHP is still not recognized. It is because the PHP is not registered in our system. If we go to Window Explorer, then go to C, XAMPP, and then PHP folder. Here we'll find the PHP binary. So to execute the binary file in our command windows, we need to go to C, XAMPP, PHP. So here we need to cd 2 folders up. Then cd XAMPP, PHP. Now, if I type php-v again, I have PHP 7.3.12 in the output. We don't want to do this way over and over, because it's a bit cumbersome to always go to XAMPP PHP to make the PHP work. So to make our life much easier, we need to register the PHP path in the Windows environment variable. That way we'll make the PHP binary accessible globally, to run PHP in all places. To do that, we can open the Start menu, then type envi. So here it is, edit the system environment variables. And here we'll have the System Properties window pop up. Let's hit the Environment Variables button. In this window, you can set the variable in, user variable for user. That means the variable will be accessible only by the current user, named user. If you set the variable in the System Variables section, the variables will be accessible for all users. So, if you have only a single user in your machine, you can go to this section and choose the path variable. Hit Edit. Then specify the PHP path. Note that each value is separated by a semicolon. To save the change, you can hit the OK button. Here I'm going to set the variable in the system variable. So I'll close this. Choose the path. Then hit the Edit button. And here, I can add the PHP path by hitting the New button. Then I'll enter C, XAMPP, PHP. I'll hit OK to save the change. Here, we need to restart our command window to take effect the changes. Now, if we type php-v. OK, now we can run the PHP executable, without the need to go to the actual path. You can follow similar steps for registering MySQL in the Windows environment variable. Let's enter getcomposer.org. Then hit the Download button to go to the download page. For Windows, we can hit the Composer Setup.exe. Hit Save to download the file. Alright, let's hit the installer file to install the Composer in our machine. Let's choose the recommended option. Then hit the Next button. The PHP binary path has been detected in C, XAMPP, PHP, php.exe. If you have multiple PHP versions, you can select them by hitting the Browse button. Hit Next again. We can ignore the proxy, just hit Next. And now, we can hit the Install button to install the Composer on our local machine. Once the installation is finished, you can read this information carefully. Hit Next again. And finally, we have successfully installed our composer in our machine. We can hit the Finish button. Now we can go to our command window. And to make the composer recognized, here we need to restart our command window. Now, if we type composer, okay, we get a list of commands that the composer provides. That means the composer has been properly set up in our system. Just in case you didn't find something like this, you might restart your computer to make the composer get added to the environment variable. Or, if you type echo %path %, you should have the path for the composer. So if you can't find something like this, you can do that manually in the environment variables as before. Alright, we've successfully set up Composer in our machine. With that, we're almost ready to build the Laravel project. However, there's another package that you may install called Laravel Installer. It is a Composer package, used to create our new Laravel project easily. To install it, we can run this command, composer global require Laravel installer. Let's copy the command. Then paste in the command window. To do that, you can simply right-click your mouse. Okay, while it's installing, let me show you how to create a new Laravel project. You can put your Laravel project at any place that you like. You don't have to place it in XAMPP, htdocs folder. Then create the project using the composer command. Composer, create project, prefer dist, Laravel, and specify the project name. However, if you have the Laravel installer installed on your machine, you can do it much simpler. You can say, Laravel, new, and specify the project name. For example, blog. Congratulations, you've successfully set up your local development environment on your system. With that, you are almost ready to write your Laravel code.
In this video, I'm going to show you how to install Homebrew, PHP, MySQL, and Composer. Okay, first thing first, we need to install Homebrew. The Homebrew is a package manager for Mac or Linux. With Homebrew, you can install any package that you need much easier. To install it on your machine is very easy. Just go to brew.sh, then execute this command in your terminal. You can copy this command and paste it into your terminal, then hit enter. Once Homebrew is installed, you can install any package you need. Since I have PHP, MySQL, Nginx, and DNSMask installed in my machine, here to show you how to use the Homebrew command to install the package. Here I have PHP version 7.4 installed. If you haven't installed it, or you may have the older version, then you can install it by saying brew install PHP. It will install the latest version of PHP. Once installed, you can verify your PHP by running the previous command, php-v. You can then install MySQL by saying brew install MySQL. The current version of MySQL is 8, but it has some issues. That's why here we're gonna use version 5.7. So here we need to specify version 5.7, then hit enter. Once the installation is finished, you can verify the MySQL by saying MySQL-v. Oops, it should be in the capital. Okay, here I have MySQL version 5.7.28. Now for installing Nginx and DNSMask, you can follow the similar way. Brew install, then specify the package name, or you can ignore them because when you install Valet, Nginx and DNSMask will get installed automatically if they cannot be found on your system. Next, let's install Composer on our machine. To install it, let's navigate to getcomposer.org, then hit the download button to go to the download page. Here let's select these commands, then copy them to the clipboard. Just paste the code and hit enter. Wait for a second. Alright, the Composer has been downloaded. and here it's stored in users, username, then composer.var. So to use it, we can say php composer.var. Here I get a list of commands that the composer provides. But the composer is accessible only here. For example, if I open a new tab, then I'll go to desktop, then type php composer.var. Here it cannot be recognized. So we need a way to make the composer accessible in all places. To do that, let's go back to our browser, go to Getting Started. Here let's hit this option, Installation Unix, Linux, or macOS. Here let's copy this command. Basically, this command will move the composer.var to usr local bin directory and change the name to composer. Once it's moved here, we can access the composer globally, and we don't need to call php before the composer. So let's copy the command, paste here, and hit enter. Now if we type composer, here we get the same thing. If I go to another place, now composer is also accessible. But this is not enough, because we need to register the composer's system-wide vendor bin directory in our system to make composer work properly. So we go to our browser, then go to installation. Here, for macOS or Linux, we need to set the composer vendor bin directory to the system's path. Back to the terminal. Here I'll close the second tab. So if we type echo $path, here we cannot find the composer vendor bin in the system's path. So to add that, there could be many different ways. If you're using Bash, you can open with vim.bash, vim.bashrc, or .bash_profile. Here, since I use Z shell, I'll open with vim.zshrc file. In this file, I can add the composer vendor bin. I hit the I key on the keyboard to modify the file. Then here we can add this command, export path $home.composer vendor bin $path. Basically, this command prepended our composer vendor bin to the path system variable. Here I can set the change by hitting the escape key, then write :wq, then hit enter. Now, if I echo out the path variable, nothing changed here. Maybe we need to open a new shell, then echo out the path again. Alright, now here we can find the user myname.composer vendor bin. Another way that we could do is to add this .composer vendor bin path inside etc paths file. And here you can just add the path, then save the change. Since I've added it in .zshrc, so here I'll undo the change. The next thing that we could do is to install the Laravel installer. With the Laravel installer, we can easily create our Laravel project by using this command, Laravel new project name. If you didn't install it, you could create a Laravel project using the composer command, composer create project --preferredist Laravel and specify the project name. Okay, let's copy this command, paste it here, then hit enter. It could take some time, so I'll come back when it's finished. Alright, the Laravel installer package has been installed successfully. Now let's try to create a new Laravel project. Laravel new blog, hit enter. Now all dependency packages that are needed by Laravel are being downloaded. This process could take a bit longer initially, but it will be much faster for later project creation because it will take the dependencies from the cache. Alright, we have created a new Laravel project. Let's go to it. cd blog. Then we can fire up the PHP built-in server by saying php artisan serve. Now the server is running. We can access this address in our browser. Alright, here we see the Laravel welcome page. This number is an alias for localhost. So if we change this to localhost, we get the same thing. Alright, we've successfully installed Homebrew, PHP, MySQL, Composer, and Laravel installer. The next thing that we should do is to install Valet. Back to Laravel official guide, then find Valet. So to install Valet, here we've installed Homebrew. We've also installed PHP 7.4. The version might change in the future. We also installed Composer. And now here we can copy this command to install Valet in our system. Just copy. Here I'll switch to another shell. Paste, then hit enter. I'll come back once the installation is finished. Alright, the Valet has been installed successfully. Now we can type Valet install, hit enter. Then here I'll enter my password. So if you see in this guide, the Valet install command will configure and install Valet and DNS mask and register Valet's daemon to launch when your system starts. Let's see. Oops, I get an error. Let me see the Nginx service. Probably this error occurred because before recording this video, I upgraded my PHP version from 7.3 to 7.4. Maybe I also need to upgrade the Nginx. Alright, Nginx has been upgraded. Now let's try again. Valet install. Oops, I made a typo. Valet install. Alright, Valet installed successfully. Now we can verify the Valet by pinging any .test domain. Here we see the domain responding on 127.0.0.1, which means Valet installed correctly. We can hit Ctrl+C to stop it. We created a new Laravel project in here. I've called it blog. Now, since I have Valet installed, I'll move this project into my special directory. So I've created a special directory to house all my Laravel projects in workspace Laravel. So I'll move the blog project into this directory. Here I can do that by saying mv blog tilde workspace Laravel. Oops, I get another error. Directory not empty. Probably I've already had a project called blog in this directory. So here I'll move it and rename it to another one. Alright, now I'll cd to that directory, workspace Laravel. And now, if we go back to the guide, then go to serving sites, here we can run Valet Park. This command will register your current working directory as a path that Valet should search for sites. So Valet Park, then enter a password. Alright, this directory has been added to Valet's paths. So now, we no longer need to run php artisan serve to make Laravel accessible in our browser. Just go to the browser, Then enter the project name, myblog.txt. Okay, here we get the same thing. We don't need to go to our terminal and run our server. It is one of the benefits using Valet. We only need to place our Laravel project inside Valet's path. Then enter the project folder name followed by .txt in our browser. If you want to change the domain suffix, not .txt, but to something else, here you can run this command, valet tld and followed by the domain suffix. Congratulations, you've successfully set up your local development environment on your system. With that, you're almost ready to write your Laravel code.
In this video, I will show you how to install Laravel Sail. Since Laravel Sail running on Docker container, the first thing that you need to do is download Docker Desktop. You can simply Googling it, Docker Desktop, and click the link. For Mac, you can click on Mac with Intel chip, if you're Mac using an Intel processor. Or click on Mac with Apple chip, if you're Mac using an Apple chip such as M1. If you're using Windows, you can click on this link, or this link if you're using Linux. Once the download is finished, you can install it in your system. Then, once the Docker Desktop is installed, we can go to our terminal. And then, to create a new Laravel project, we can use the curl command. So make sure you've installed it in your system. You can verify if it has been installed using this command. If you get a message like this, curl has been installed, and you're ready to go. However, if you don't find something like this, you can visit curl.se. Click on the download link, download it, and install it on your system. So, to create a new Laravel project, we can use this command, curl-s, https laravel.build, then specify the Laravel project name, let's say Laravel app. After that, we add a pipe, then space, bash. Before we hit enter, we may use the with queries string to choose which service we will add to our app. The available services are MySQL, PGSQL, MariaDB, Redis, Memcache, Millisearch, Minio, Selenium, and MailHog. For this demo, I'll be adding MySQL and Redis. I'll come back when it is downloaded. Alright, Sail scaffolding was installed successfully. I'll enter my password. Alright, our Laravel app is ready. Let's cd into it. If we look at the project structure, using ls, in Windows, you may use dir. Here, we see the file structure is almost the same as the standard Laravel project, except we have a Docker-related file that is dockercomposer.yml. Also, if we open the composer.json file, here we see the Sail package has been added as a dev dependency. Alright, now let's start up the Sail by using vendor bin sail up. Note that the first time we run this command, it will build Sail's application containers on our machine, and it could take several minutes to build. However, when we rerun the command, it will be much faster. Okay, I'll come back when it's finished. Alright, once the Sail app is ready, we can go to our browser, then access our Laravel app by entering http localhost. And here, we get a Laravel welcome page displayed on the screen. To stop the Sail, you can press Ctrl-C. And if we refresh our project, it's now not available. When building a Laravel app using Sail, you need to open two terminal windows. One for running Sail and another one for running artisan command. Another alternative is to run the Docker container in the background by adding the D option when running the Sail up command. Once it runs, you'll see a command prompt so that you can execute other commands. If you refresh the page, you'll see the Laravel welcome page again. To stop the containers that are running in the background, we can use Sail stop. If I refresh the page, I no longer see the Laravel welcome page. Now, ideally, you'll execute the PHP artisan command in your terminal. However, when you're using Sail, you would use Sail artisan. For example, instead of PHP artisan version, you'll execute Sail artisan version. And of course, we should start the Sail first before we execute the commands. It should be Sail up-d. Alright, let's rerun the command, Sail artisan version. Here my version is 9.2. Let's see another example. Instead of PHP artisan tinker, we execute Sail artisan tinker. Okay, I'll exit from tinker. Now, what if you need to execute the composer command? Well, you just add Sail before the composer command. Let's say Sail composer require Laravel sanctum. I made a typo. Okay, the sanctum has been installed successfully. Now, you might be asking, can we install Sail in the existing Laravel project? The answer is, yes we can. Here I'll enter a new window. Then go to another new Laravel project that is created via Laravel installer. So, to add Sail in this project, we can execute composer require Laravel sail-dev. Once the Sail is added to the project, we can generate a docker compose.yml by running php artisan sail:install. Here we can choose any service that we will add to the project. Let's say MySQL. Okay, Sail scaffolding installed successfully. With that, we can start Sail by using the previous command vendor bin sail up. You can also create a bash alias that will make executing Sail's commands much easier. If we go here, you can copy this command and paste it here. Once the alias has been added, we can execute the Sail command like this, Sail up. You can also list Sail commands using the help command. Here you can see the Sail command that you can use. Okay, that's it. In this video, you've learned how to install Docker Desktop and Laravel Sail on your system. You've also learned how to add Sail into your existing Laravel project, and see how to execute artisan command with Sail. Congratulations, you are almost ready to write your Laravel code. After you've installed the Laravel development environment, you also need to install other tools in your local machine so that you can develop your Laravel projects. The first one is a web browser. Although you can use any browser to access the Laravel project, however, using the newest version of Google Chrome or Firefox is recommended, because those browsers provide some powerful tools that help you, especially when you're working with front-end stuff such as debugging JavaScript code, inspecting the DOM, inspecting request and response header, etc. The second tool that you need to install is Code Editor, or IDE. There could be many code editors out there. The most popular editor today is Visual Studio Code. This editor is developed by Microsoft, and it has some great features and extensions that help you write your code more enjoyable and much easier. It's free and available for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Another alternative is Sublime Text. This editor also has great features and plugins, and it has high performance among other code editors. It's available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Unfortunately, this editor is not completely free. You need to pay about $70 to pay for a license. However, you can still use it without any limitation in features. You will often get a pop-up window asking you to pay for a license, usually when you save the file changes. NetBeans is the open-source IDE developed by Oracle. This IDE is commonly used to write Java code, but it also provides some features that help you write PHP code, HTML, CSS, and other languages. An alternative IDE that you may try is PHP Storm. It is developed by JetBrains, and it is not free. However, you can use it in 30 days trial. After that, you have to pay a license for $89 for the first year, for individual use. So, you can use any favorite code editor or IDE that you prefer. But throughout this course, we'll be using the Visual Studio Code Editor. The next tool that you need to have is Terminal. You'll need it to allow you to interact with your operating system, execute Laravel artisan commands while you develop your application, and so on. You'll find a terminal already installed on your system but in a different name. In a Unix environment like Mac or Linux, it is called a terminal. In Windows, it is called Command Windows or DOS prompt. Besides the built-in terminal, you can also use another alternative. For example, if you're using Mac, you can install iTerm2. If you're using Windows, you can also use PowerShell or install cmdir. Or, if you install Visual Studio Code Editor, you can also use an integrated terminal which you can use without the need to install any third-party package. The next tool that you may install is a database administration tool. This tool allows you to see your database structure and data visually. If you're using Mac, you may install SQL Pro or SQL Ace, which you can use for free. If you're installed XAMPP, you can use phpMyAdmin, which is included when you install XAMPP. Another alternative that you can use is MySQL Workbench, which was developed by Oracle. It is available for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Or, if you're using Windows or Linux, you may install the SQL community, which give you a decent features to work with database visually. Usually, we need NPM or Node Package Manager to work with front-end stuff such as Vue.js, React.js, Bootstrap, Tailwind CSS, etc. That's why you'll need to install Node.js. It is available for Mac, Windows, or Linux. When you install Node.js, the NPM will get installed automatically. Besides NPM, there's also another popular dependency manager called Yarn, which is developed by Facebook. Last, you may need to install Git to track the changes in your source code during development. Here in this page, you can download according the operating system that you have, then install it on your system. So, those are some other tools that you need to install on your system: web browser, code editor or IDE, terminal, database administration tool, Node.js, and Git. If you have them installed on your system, you are ready to develop projects with Laravel.
In this lesson, we'll start building our application by creating a new Laravel project. To do that, let's open up our terminal. Then here, I want to put my Laravel project in my Laravel special directory. Feel free to place your Laravel project in any place you prefer, and this is one of the advantages of Laravel. When developing your application, you don't need to worry about placing your application to make your application running. Just put somewhere and you can run your project with PHP built-in server. Okay, once you're ready, let's create new Laravel project by saying Laravel new, and here I'm gonna call it contact app. Feel free to call it whatever name you like. Hit return, and it could take a little while to download all dependencies, install them, and other subs. Once that's done, we can change directory to our new Laravel project. Then we can start up our server by saying php artisan serve. Once the server is running, we can access our Laravel project in our browser by entering this URL. Note that this number is alias for localhost. So let's jump to our browser and enter localhost 8000. And here we have the Laravel welcome page appear on the screen. You can also change the host and port number to different name if you want. Here you can stop the server by hitting Ctrl+C. So if we visit our page, now it's no longer available. So for example, instead of localhost, you can try to use app.test or other name you like. So here we can specify --host equals app.test. But notice that not all name can be applied as a host name. For example, if I try app.dev, as you can see, it will not work. So here I'll set the host to app.test, and instead of 8000 as port number, you can also change to other number. For example, 8080. Now, let's enter this URL in our browser. And there we go. We still get Laravel welcome page, but with different hostname and port number. Now, if we have Fale installed on your system, you don't need to start off your server to make your application accessible in your browser. All you have to do is park a directory, put your Laravel application in that directory, and access it in the browser by entering the application name .test. So here, let me kill the server. I'll cd one level up. Here in this directory, I'm gonna say Valley Park. Now I can go to my browser and enter contact-app.test. Here I still get a Laravel welcome page. Alright, we have a Laravel project installed in our system, and we've seen how to start up the built-in server to make our project running. Let's continue to the next lesson and learn how to create table schema with database migration. In the previous lesson, we've seen how to install Laravel project and using php artisan serve command to fire up the server and make our Laravel project running. In this lesson, we'll see how to create table schema using database migration. Here I've already opened my Laravel project in Visual Studio Code editor, and throughout the course I'm gonna use this editor, but feel free to use other editor that you preferred. Okay, before we making use the database migration, of course we need to configure our database connection in our project. To do that, we can find in config folder, and here in database.php file, we can see that the default database connection is MySQL. And we can see different type of database connection in connections section. In this course, we're gonna use MySQL as our database driver. So let's focus on MySQL configuration. Notice that most of the array values here are called env function. The env is built-in helper function that Laravel provides to deal with environment variable. This function needs at least one argument, which is the name of the environment variable, in our .env file. The second argument is optional, but if it's being set, it's gonna use as default value if the environment variable doesn't exist or not set. So basically, you can change these values with your database credentials, but it's pretty common to define these things in the config files, while the value itself is stored in .env file. This is very useful when you're working with team because your database setting, email, file system, or other setting in your local computer might be different with your team. Also, you will have different setting for your production server. So here in .env file, let's change these lines with our database credentials. We can skip this DB host, also DB port, in DB database. Let's replace the value to our database name. In my case, it's gonna be contact DB. The DB username is gonna be root, and the DB password is gonna be password. Ideally, the database password is empty, but in my system, my database password is password. Alright, we have our database credentials set up. Now let's create a table to hold company's record for our application. Basically, we can create the table using MySQL client tool such as phpMyAdmin, Table Plus, SQL Pro, or other tools. But in this lesson, we're gonna use the database migration. Basically, migrations are special PHP classes that will be translated into specific dialect of database that we're working with. We will no longer have to remember the syntax for creating tables, defining columns, and stuff like that. Database migration acts as version control for our database, so like source code, our database structure may change during our development. We may add new table, add new column to a table, remove column from a table, and so on. Database migration will keep track all of changes that occurred in our database. So, by making use database migration, you don't need to remember what changes that you made in your database. And if you're working with team, then database migration allows you and team to have the same database structure so that it will prevent unwanted error during development. Also, by using migrations, we can easily switch to the type of database vendor that we need. For example, during development, we're using MySQL database, but in production, we can easily switch to other database, for example PostgreSQL, and we can switch to other databases whenever we need. In order to make migrations working, we need to have a table in our database to store what migration files that have been executed. Let's firstly create this database. And now we can say php artisan migrate install. Here we get migration table created successfully. Now let's check out in our database. I'm gonna open my SQL Pro. As you can see, here we have migrations table. If we see the structure, it has 3 columns: ID, migrations, and batch. As I mentioned earlier, that this table is responsible for storing the information about migration that has been run. The migration column stores the migration file that has been run, while the batch column stores kind of numbering of the migration. So, for example, when you run migration for the first time, the batch column for each migration is gonna be 1. When you run the next migration, it's gonna be 2, and so on. If we go to our editor, then open Database, Migrations. Here Laravel has shipped 3 migration files for us. Create users table, create password resets table, and create failed jobs table. In the prior Laravel versions, you could see just 2 migration files, but that's never mind. You can also remove one or all migrations files if you don't need them. So, before we make our own migration, let's run these default migration files. Let's go to our terminal and run our migration files by saying php artisan migrate. As you can see, those migration files has been migrated. Now, if we head back to our SQL client tool and see the migration content, here we have 3 records. The migration column contains all migration files, and the batch column contains 1. And here we'll have other tables: failed jobs, password resets, and users. Let's go back to our terminal. And now let's finally create our own migration. Here we can say php artisan make migration. This command accepts one argument, which is the name of the migration that we're gonna create. Here we're gonna create a migration for companies table. So here we're gonna say create companies table. In the older Laravel version, you need to specify --create along with the table name explicitly, like so. But now we can omit this option. Just make sure that your migration name ends with table name _ table. Once that's done, we can go ahead and open the migration file in Database Migrations folder, and then make some necessary changes. In this file, we'll see 2 methods, up and down. Up method will get executed when we migrate our migration, while down method will get executed when we roll back or undo our migration. Here in up method, we create a table, while in down method, we drop the table. So in down method, you're doing the opposite way. Let's say in up method, you add a new column, then in down method, you drop the column. In up method, you rename a column from the old name to the new one, then in down method, you rename the column from the new name to the older one. Alright? Here in up method, we're gonna create the companies table schema. And in here, we'll have big increments ID. In prior version, it was increments ID, which will generate unsigned integer, primary key, auto increment. But since Laravel version 5.7 is replaced with big increments. You can still use it if you want, but we'll stick with big increments. By the way, according to Tyler tweet, in the next major release, maybe Laravel 7, you could replace this with a cleaner syntax, just like this. Hopefully, we can use it in the next major release, but for now, we're using this syntax. The timestamps will generate 2 special columns called created and updated. These 2 columns used by Laravel Eloquent to allow the application to track when the object was created and when it was updated. Okay, before we make some necessary changes, let's try to migrate this file first. We'll then see how to roll back this and define some columns. PHP, artisan, migrate. Now if we see the migrations table, here we have a new record and the batch column is 2. And here we'll see the components table added. If we see the structure, it contains ID in big integer, unsigned, primary key, auto increment, and create date and update date in timestamp. We can go to our terminal and roll back the migration. PHP artisan migrate rollback. If we see the migration table again, here we no longer see the create companies table. If we execute PHP artisan migrate rollback again, now the migration table is empty. Okay, now let's define some columns in this create companies table. Here we'll have name column in string, then we'll also have another string column, address, let's also add website and email. Here I want to make the name and email columns as required column, while other columns are not. In the database layer, we can make the columns as nullable, like so. Now we can save the change, back to our terminal, and execute PHP artisan migrate. Alright, let's check out our database. Here in migrations table, we have 4 records. If we see the companies table structure, now it also contains name, address, website, and email, and those columns in varchar. Okay, so now that we have companies table in our database, by making use database migrations. In the next lesson, we'll see how to insert some records to the companies table programmatically using something called database seeder. So I'll see you there.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the previous lesson, we've set up our database credential in our project and create a migration to create our companies table. In this lesson, we're gonna seed some dummy data or fake data our database table programmatically using database seeder. Seeding our database with fake data is useful to see our code in action before any real user data comes in. Basically, you can manually insert some records in a certain table using my SQL client tool. Here in SQL Pro, I can insert a record by hitting this plus button, enter company name, address, website, and so on. Then hit enter. I can then duplicate this row and make some necessary changes. So this way could be ideal if you want to create 1 to 3 rows. But if you need a lot of rows, then doing this way is not ideal. In this case, the database seeder is coming to play. In the simple steps, we create a seeder, then specify the table along with the columns with their values, and specify how many records to insert to the table. So all seeder that we created are placed in database seeds directory, and here Laravel also shipped the main seeder called database seeder class. In this class, we can specify other seeder classes that are gonna be executed. Alright, let's go ahead and open up our terminal. And here we can make a new seeder by saying php artisan make seeder. Then the seeder name is gonna be companies table seeder. Note that ending your seeder name with table seeder is not mandatory, but it's pretty common to end the seeder name with that suffix. Alright, seeder created successfully. Now, let's open our newly created seeder file. And in here, we're gonna use Laravel Query Builder to insert some data to our database. In this case, we're gonna be using DB facade. Firstly, at the top here, we're gonna import the DB namespace. Then here, before we insert some records, we want to delete all records in our table. This will make sure that we don't have duplicate records. Or, here we can also use truncate, which will remove all records and reset the auto-incrementing ID to 0. Next, let's define a variable that is going to hold all companies. I'll call it companies in array. Then here, I'll generate 10 company records. And I'm gonna making use PHP for this loop. I'll call PHP range function 1 to 10 as index. In first body, we can specify the columns that we're gonna set in array. The array key is the column name, while the value is the column value. So here let's define name, and its value is gonna be company index. Here we can assign this into another variable, let's say name, so that we can use it in other columns. Let's also define address, and its value is gonna be address name. Duplicate this line 2 times. Then replace this address with website, and this one to email, this is not a valid website and email, and we'll fix that later on, but for now, hopefully you get the idea. Let's also specify created, and we'll set its value with now. This is Laravel helper function to get the current date and time. Let's duplicate this line and change to updated date. Alright, after we store all companies in companies array, we can then persist them into our database by saying DB, table, companies, insert, companies. Okay, we have created a brand new seeder and write some code to insert some data. Now we can go to our terminal and run our seeder by saying php artisan db seed, then specify class option and followed by our seeder class. Hit return. Oops, I got error. The error is in line 4. Let me comment this out. Run the seed again. Alright, database seeding completed successfully. Let's check out our companies table. Okay, here we have 10 records in the table. Now, to make our life much easier, we can also register our seeder in the database seeder. So let's go to database seeder, and in run method, we can uncomment this line, then change this to companies double seeder. Now we can save this and run our seeder by saying php artisan db seed. Here, seeded companies double seeder. And if we see the companies table, we still have the same records. Now let's make this data more realistic, because having this such data is look weird, right? So to do that, we're gonna making use a library called Faker, which is already installed by default when you create new Laravel project. If you open your composer.json, you'll see in required dev section this Faker library. Alright, back to companies double seeder. And here, let's firstly import the Faker library at the top here. Now here, before for each loop, let's create a Faker instance. Then here, we can change the name's value to Faker company, address value to Faker address, website value to Faker domain name, and email's value to Faker email. You can refer this link to see more details used about this library. Now let's save these changes. Then go to our terminal and rerun php artisan db seed. Now, if I refresh the table, here we have more realistic data. Alright, in this lesson, we've seen how to insert fake data in our database table using seeder and Faker library. In the next one, we're gonna learn about Eloquent that will make working with the database more easier and more elegant. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about Eloquent model. In MVC pattern, model responsible for representing business data and logic. A model object is responsible for retrieving and processing data in a certain table. So Laravel provides a beautiful and simple active record implementation for working with our database called Eloquent ORM. The active record is a pattern in accessing data in a database. A database table or view is represented in a class. Thus, an object instance is tied to a single row in a table. An ORM, or Object Relational Mapping, is a database abstraction layer that provides a single interface to interact with multiple database types. Alright, let's go ahead and open up our terminal. And here, we're gonna make a model to represent companies table by saying PHP artisan make model company. Hit enter. Alright, model created successfully. Let's open up our company model. Here we have empty class company, which is extend the model from Illuminate Database Eloquent. Note that the model name should be written in capital and in a singular, while your tables is in plural. So for class company, you should have a database table called companies. For a class people, you should have a database table called person. So this is the naming convention that you should follow when you work with the model. Model class singular with camel case, or the first letter of its words capitalized, for example, product, purchase order, etc. Database table, plural with snake case, or underscores separating words. For example, products, purchase underscore orders, etc. Now, just in case for some reason you want to custom your table name, you can specify a table property and set your table name like so. Alright, now let's try this model and perform some operations such as retrieve, create, update, and delete, which are pretty common in database application development. Let's head over to our terminal. Now I'm gonna use iTerm just to make sure that you can see what I'm doing. Then here, we can open Thinker by saying PHP artisan Thinker. So Thinker basically is an interactive language shell. It takes in a single user input, evaluates it, and returns the result to the user. So here, before we perform some operations, let's firstly import our company model namespace. Now let's retrieve all companies. We can do that by saying company all. Here we get back all companies. This could be hard to read, so let's retrieve only some companies. Let's say 3 companies. Company take 3. Here we get Illuminate Database Eloquent Builder. The builder is a class that provides a convenient, fluent interface for creating and running database queries. So to actually get the records, we can chain in with get method call. And now we get Illuminate Database Eloquent Collection, which contains 3 arrays of objects wrapped in all. Note that collection is a class that provides a fluent, convenient wrapper for working with arrays of data. So here we can chain in with all to retrieve the actual array. Now, to get a single instance, we can say company first. Here we get back a company instance. Actually, this command will return the first company in the companies table. To get back a single company by ID, we can say company find 1. We can also put an array in the find method. Let's say we want to get the companies with ID 1, 2, 3. And here we get Eloquent collection contains company object with ID 1, 2, and 3. We can also get a single instance by making use the where and first. Let's say we want to get back company, which the website in this one. Here we can say company, where, website, paste the website, first, or company, where, website, like so. Alright, now let's see how to insert new company. We can firstly create a company instance. Then we can set the model's attribute like so. Now to persist this information to our database, we can do that by saying company, save. Here we get back true. If we check out our table, here we have a new record. Now let's see how to update existing record. To update a record, we need to have a model instance. Then we can make some necessary changes and then persist the change into our database. So here I already have company instance. So for example, I want to change the website to something else. Here I just say company website equals my website company.com. Then I can save this change by saying company save. Now if we see our company's table again, here the website column has changed. Okay, now let's see how to delete a record in our database table. To delete a record, we can instantiate a model. Then we can call company. Then we can call delete method. Here I get through, and if I go to SQL Pro and refresh the table, the record is gone. You can also delete a record without need to instantiate a model by using destroy method like so. Here we get 1, which means one record successfully removed. We can also supply an array like this. And now we get 3 records successfully removed. Alright, we have learned the basic of Eloquent, and we've seen how to perform some basic CRUD operations. Let's continue to the next lesson and learn about mass assignment. In the previous lesson, we've learned about Eloquent, and we've seen how to perform some basic CRUD operation. When we're adding a new record, we instantiate a new model instance, set a value to the column one by one, then call save method. That way could be okay if you have only a few columns. But when you have a lot of columns on your table, then follow that way could be cumbersome. So in this video, I'm going to show you about mass assignment. So mass assignment is basically a process of sending an array of data that will be saved to the specified model in a single go. So here in Thinker, let's define an array variable. I'll call it data, and it contains name, address, email, and website. You can think of data here as information that enter in the form. Now here we can save this data by calling company, create, and paste the data in the create method like this. But if we hit enter, here we get mass assignment error. So by default, we cannot perform mass assignment for security reason. So to solve this, here we have two options, using guarded property or fillable property. Let's see how to solve this issue using guarded property. Let's open the company model. Then inside this class, let's define the guarded property. This guarded property specifies which columns are not mass assignable. If we set this to empty array, that means there's no whitelist columns. All information that we've entered will be saved into database without perform any checking. Now if we save this, back to the terminal, restart to Thinker, redefine the data array, and then call company, create, and pass the data in. Hit enter. As you can see here, we get back the newly created company. Be careful when you use guarded, because if we try to add another column that does not exist in the company's table, let's say contact, then call company create data. If we hit enter, here we get error, column not found, unknown column contact in field list. So let's see how to fix this issue using fillable. Let's go back to company model, replace this guarded with fillable, then specify which columns are most assignable in our model. In this case, I'll specify name, address, email, and website. Now if we save this, restart the Thinker, define the data array, and then call company create, company create. Here we get our newly created company without any error, even though we specify non-existing column in the array. Now we can also use mass assignment for updating a model. So let me find a company, then I can update the company like this. Here we get through. If we echo the company out, here the name, address, and other attributes have changed. Okay, so now that you know how to mass assign data for creating or updating a model, you also know two options to properly fix the mass assignment error. You can check out the Laravel official guide here to see more details about Eloquent and other operations that you can perform. In the previous lessons, you've learned about migration and Eloquent. Now it's time for you to create migration as well as model for context table. You can see this diagram as reference. You can pause this video and do the exercise by yourself. Once you've finished, you can then compare your work with mine by resuming this video. Okay, please pause this video and start the exercise. I hope you can manage the exercise, and now you can compare your work with mine. Let me head over to my terminal, and here I can make a contact model by saying PHP artisan make model contact. Here, instead of creating the model and migration one by one, here I can specify -m to tell artisan to also create a migration file for the model. As you can see here, model created successfully, and created migration, create contacts table. Alright, let me open up the create contacts table. Here I'll add a string column. It's gonna be first name. Let me duplicate this line several times. Here another column is gonna be last name. Then I'm gonna have font column, and I'll make this as nullable. I'm gonna change this to email and address. Last, I'm gonna define company ID to link this table to company's table. It's gonna be unsigned big integer company ID. Until this point, I can save the change and migrate this migration, but we can make this company ID as foreign key to maintain referential integrity. It prevents invalid data from being inserted into the column. To make a column as a foreign key, we need to make sure that the column has identical column type with the primary key of the parent table. That's why I defined it as unsigned big integer. So here, let's define a foreign key column by saying table foreign company ID references ID on companies. We can also add on delete and set it with cascade. By doing this way, whenever you delete the row in the parent table, the values of the matching rows in the child table will automatically delete it. Alright, let me save these changes and migrate the contacts table by saying PHP artisan migrate. Alright, let me verify the table in SQL Pro. Okay, here I have the contacts table in my database. In the previous lesson, we've learned the basic of Eloquent, which is a simple active record implementation for working with our database. A model is represented table and responsible for retrieving and processing data in the table. In this lesson, we're gonna learn how to link one model to another one. So in database relational, you might use left join, right join, inner join to link one table to another one. Although we can perform join operation in Laravel, but Eloquent provides a better approach to do that stuff by defining relationship between two models. So if you go to Laravel official guide, you'll find many different types of relationship that you can apply to your models, such as one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many, and so on. We're not going to explain all these types in this lesson, but we'll focus on one-to-many relationship only. So according to this guide, that one-to-many relationship is used to define relationships where a single model owns any amount of other models. So in this case, company may have one or many contacts Because if you see in the table structure, there's a company ID in contacts table. The company ID is foreign key of ID in companies table. If you see in this diagram, we have in companies table 2 companies record with ID 1 and 2, while in contacts we have 3 contacts record with company ID 1 and 1 contact record with company ID 2. So here, from database perspective, we can conclude that the relationship that we're going to be using is one-to-many. A company has many contacts, while each contact belongs to company. Now let's see how to apply this relationship in our model. Let's pull open company model. And inside this model, let's define a relationship method. Here I'm going to call it contacts in plural. And in this method, we'll return this has many. This method accepts at least one argument, which is the related model. The second argument is a foreign column on the related table. As long as you follow the naming convention, this second argument is optional. So if you didn't specify it, Eloquent will determine that the foreign key on the contacts table is the current model name, in certain case, followed by _ID. In this case, company _ID. Just in case you didn't follow the naming convention for the foreign key column, you need to specify in the second argument the column name. For example, if you have ID _ company instead of company _ ID, just add here ID _ company. Now let's open the contact model. Then in this class, let's define an inverse relationship method. Here we'll define a method company, and in this method we'll return this belongs to and pass in the company class. Again, here we can omit the second argument because we follow the convention. In belongs to method, if we omit the second argument, Eloquent determines the foreign key name by examining the name of the relationship method, in this case company, and suffixing it with _ followed by the primary key column name. So if we didn't follow the convention, you can specify the custom key name in the second argument. Alright, we have defined relationship method in both company and contact models. Now let's see how to make use of the relationship in persisting and retrieving data. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal. Open Thinker by saying php artisan thinker. Then let's import the company and the contact model namespace. Okay, let's see how to persist data first. Here, let's get the first company. So basically, without a relationship, we can add a new contact model for the company by instantiate the contact model, specify attributes model with values such as first name, last name, email, and address. For the company ID, we can set it with company ID contact 1 and then call save method to persist the data into database. Now Eloquent also provides convenient ways for adding new models to relationship. Let's see how to do that. We instantiate a model instance, in this case contact2, then adjust the model attributes except the foreign key attribute. Now we can add the contact instance to the company by saying company contacts with parentheses then followed by save method call, and pass the contact instance in, contact2 in this case. Now, if we check out the contacts table, here I have two contacts. The first one inserted using non-relationship method, and the second one using relationship method. Here, I'll remove these records, and I'll show you how to save multiple model instances through relationship method. So here we have contact1 and contact2. Notice that each instance has no company ID. Now here, let's say we have contacts, and it contains contact1 and contact2. Here we can save both of these contacts by saying company contacts save many contacts. Now if I see my contacts table, here I have two contacts record on the table. Now besides save method, we can also add new model through relationship using create method. Remember that create method accepts array as input. So here let's define a variable as array. Then we can add a new contact model to the company by saying company contacts create contact3. Here I get mass assignment error because in this contact model we have not defined mass assignable columns. So let's define the available property and specify the columns. Save the change, restart the Tinker, import the models, get the first company, define the contact array, and then save the contact company contacts create contact3. Let me verify the contacts table. Here I have new contact added on the table. Okay, let me delete everything in this contacts table one more time. And I'll show you another way how to insert multiple related models. So, to insert multiple related models, firstly, let's define some contacts. Contact1 and contact2. Then I'll store them in contacts variable. Here we can persist the array of contacts into our database by saying company contacts create many contacts. Now if I see the contacts table, here I have two records added on the table. Great! Now let's see how to get data from our database by utilizing the relationship. To retrieve data, we have two options, using relationship method or dynamic property. Let's see the first option. For example, let's say we want to get all contacts of company instance. Here we can say company contacts. Now if we hit enter, here we get back has many instance. To get the actual contacts, we can chain in the contacts method with get. And now here we get all contacts which belonging to the company. And if you see the return type, it's an Eloquent collection. Note that all relationships also serve as query builder. So here you can add further constraints which contacts are retrieved by chain in the contacts method with conditions, ordering, and stuff like that. For example, if you want to get only contact with ID 7, you can say company contacts find 7. Or if you want to get the last contact in the relationship, you can do like this. Okay, that's how you can retrieve data using the relationship method. Now let's see the second option, which is using dynamic property. So, whenever you define relationship method in your model, Eloquent will also provide dynamic properties with the same name with the relationship methods as if they were defined as properties. For example, we've defined contacts method on the model, then we'll have property called contacts. So here I can say company contacts. Note that here I don't specify the parentheses. If I hit enter, here we see all contacts in the output. And if you see the instance type, it's an Eloquent collection instance. We can also access the relationship data using the inverse relationship. So here, let's get the first contact. So from contact model, we can access the relationship method like so. Contact, company. Here we get back illuminate database Eloquent relationship belongs to. Or we can also use dynamic property just like this. And here we get back a company instance. So this is similar with this command. As you can see, here we also get a company instance. From this instance, we can see some information such as name, email, and so on. Alright, now let's see how to delete relationship method. For example, I want to delete the first contact of a company. I can say company contacts first delete. If you want to delete all related contacts of a company, you can say company contacts delete. I can verify the contacts by saying company contacts. Here we still have some contacts, but if I see in SQL Pro, it's empty. So what's wrong here? Well, for this situation, we need to kind of refresh the relationship to apply the change. We can do that like this. As you can see, now the contacts is empty. Alright, so now that you know how to link between two models and see how to retrieve and process data between two related models, let's continue to the next lesson where we'll learn about model factories. In the last lessons, we will learn about Seeder to generate some amounts of records into our database table. We've also learned about Factor library, which allows you to easily generate various kinds of random data. Now Laravel also provides another feature called model factories, which is very convenient to quickly build out fake models. It is very useful for testing and seeding fake data into your database table to see your code in action before a user enters any real data. Alright, let's go through this feature and see how we can use it in our application. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal. Then, to make a factory, we're gonna say php artisan make factory. Specify the factory name, in this case, contact factory. By convention, the factory ends with factory. It is not mandatory, but it's better to follow the convention. Then we can also specify -m flag and specify the contact model. This will tell Artisan to use the contact model in the factory. Now let's open up our contact factory. Here in this file, we have factory defined. In the first argument, contact class has been defined because we specified the contact model when we execute make factory command. In the second argument, there is a closure which accepts factory instance. Inside here, we can specify which column to fill. We simply map a column name with a certain value. So here we'll specify first name, and its value is going to be taken from Faker first name. Let's duplicate this line several times. Change the second column to last name, and the value is going to be last name. Let's change the third column to phone, and the value is going to be Faker phone number. The next one is going to be email from Faker email, then address from Faker address. Now for company ID column, for now, we'll get it from company block ID. This will return an array contains ID of the company. Here we can chain in with random to get an ID randomly. Let's import the company model here. Now we can save this, go to our terminal, open the Tinker, then here we can utilize Laravel factory helper function and pass in the contact class. If we hit enter, here we get Illuminate Database Eloquent Factory Builder. So to actually create a contact, we can then call the create method. As you can see, we get a contact instance. We can also generate more than one instance by specifying a number in the second argument. As you can see in the output, we'll get back Eloquent collection. You can also generate one or more instances into memory instead of database using make method. Alright, now let's call this factory in seeder. Let's create a brand new seeder, php artisan make seeder, contact table seeder. Let's open the contact table seeder. Import the contact model namespace. Then in run method, we can call factory, put the contact class in the first argument. I'll specify 50 to generate 50 contacts. After that, we can call create to actually create the contacts. Now we can register the seeder in database seeder. In the call method, let's put the seeder class in array. Then add the contact table seeder. Here, let me change the class name to plural. Now if we run our seed, we should have error. Here we have error, cannot truncate a table reference in a foreign key constraint. To fix this error, we have two options. For the first option, let's open the company's table seeder. And here we can replace this with delete. This delete method could be not work if you not specify on delete cascade when defining the foreign key in create contacts table. And you need to choose the second option, which I'll show you just in a second. So now if I run this, here I still get error. Class contacts table seeder does not exist. So to fix this, I need to call composer dump autoload. As you can see, now we have no error. Now for the second option, here in company's table seeder, we no longer need this command. Just remove it. So all we need to do is to drop all tables in the database, run the migrations, and run the seed. We can do that by saying php artisan migrate :fresh -- seed. So as you can see in the output here, drop all tables, migration table created successfully, migrated some migration files, and seeding completed. In the previous lesson, you've learned about model factories and how to use it. Now it's time for you to put your knowledge by refactor the code in this company's table seeder with model factories. Okay, please pause this video and start the exercise. Alright, I hope you've managed the exercise, and now you can watch this video and compare your work. Okay, here I'll make a new factory, php artisan make factory company factory -m company. Then here I'll cut these lines. I'll open the company factory and paste the data in this array. Back to company's table seeder. Import the company model namespace. Clear everything inside the run method. then call factory, company, class, 10, create. Let me save all changes. And run php artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Okay, let me verify the companies and contacts tables. Here I have 10 companies record and 50 contact records. Now, before we end this lesson, let me show you another approach of doing these things. Here I'll move this factory into database header. I also do the same thing to contacts table header. I'll import the company and contact model namespace. I'll save all changes. And now I no longer need the company's table header and contacts table header. And now let me run again this command. Okay, so far so good. Now let me refactor this further. Remember that the create method will return a collection. We can loop through each item inside a collection by utilizing the each method. This method receives one argument in a cluster, represents a single instance in each iteration. In this case, company. Inside here, we can save many contacts for the company instance by saying company contacts save many. And here we can move this inside here. Here I'll change the number to random number like so. And replace the create method with make. If you're still unsure with the syntax, you can review the Eloquent relationship lesson. So here we tell factory to generate 10 companies, and for each company, it's gonna generate 5 to 10 contacts randomly. Last, let's open the contact factory. And here, we no longer need to specify this company ID. Alright, let's save all changes. Back to terminal. And rerun php artisan migrate fresh seed. Okay, so far so good. If I verify the tables, here in companies table I have 10 rows, and in contacts table, here I have 72 rows. Great.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lesson, we're gonna learn about the routing concept in Laravel. So routing is a mechanism to route the request to the associated actions. Before Laravel version 5.3, all routes are placed inside app http routes.php file. But start from Laravel 5.3, we place our routes inside routes directory. Routes for website are placed in web.php file, while the routes for API are placed inside api.php. For now, let's focus on the web.php. If you open this file, there's a route defined for the home page. The structure of the route definition is very simple. Basically, it maps requests with a response. It starts with route : followed by the request method. In this case, the request method is get. The method receives at least two arguments. The first one is the URI, while the second argument can be a clause or a string. In this case, it's in a clause which will return a view as a response. So here, every time we send a GET request for the route, it will return the view welcome. Views are a presentation layer of the application, and we'll discuss the topic in upcoming lesson. Okay, here let's define our own route. The URI is gonna be contacts. And inside the clause, we're gonna return a string, like so. Note that the / in here is totally optional. If you write like this, it really doesn't matter. Now, if we save this, then visit in the browser, here I get all contacts message. If we try to enter non-existing route, let's say contacts, create, we'll get for over error. Now let's go back to our editor. And here, let's find another route. The URI is gonna be contacts, create, and inside the clause, we'll return a string, add new contact, save. Now if we enter this route, now it shows us add new contact message. Now what if we want to capture a certain segment of the URI? For example, here I want to capture a contact's ID from the URI like this. So to do this stuff, we need to define a route parameter. So here, let's define a new route. The URI is gonna be contacts. And then to make a URI segment dynamic, we can add curly braces, opening and closing, and then in between, we can specify a placeholder. The placeholder should consist of alphabetic characters and underscore. In my case, I'll call it ID. Then in the clause, we can specify any argument according to the number of the parameter that we defined in the URI. In this case, I'll define an argument ID. In the clause, I'll find the contact by ID and then return it. Now if I save this, then visit contacts to, here we get back a JSON response. If I change to 1 or 3, here the JSON response is changing. Alright, to make our life much easier, let's add some links to access our routes. Let's open welcome blade.php, and here let me change the first link to contacts and change the text to all contacts. Let me change the second link to contacts, create, and change the text to add contact. I'll change this to contacts 1 and change the text to show a contact. And here I'll remove the rest of other links. Now if you save this, then go to Homepage, hit all contact links. Here I have all contacts message appears. Back to the homepage, then hit add contact. Here I get add new contact message. Now let me show you one issue. If I change the contacts to contact, then hit all contacts link, now I get 404 error. So imagine you had called the contacts route in some places in your application, then you would have to make change all of those routes to the new URI. So to avoid that, you can name your route. So here for the contact route, I'll chain in with name, and I'll name this route as contacts.index. I'll do the similar way to other routes. Contacts create, contacts show. Now we can go to welcome view, then change this link's target. Now here in Blade, we can easily echo out a value using double curly braces, opening and closing. So it's almost similar with this syntax. Plus PHP HTML entities to escape the string. Then we can call our name route by utilizing Laravel route helper function and specify the route name. So here it's gonna be contacts.index, and this one is gonna be route contacts.create, and the last one is gonna be route contacts.show, pass an argument 1, like so. Let me save these changes. Back to the browser, go to homepage, refresh. Now if we hit the all contacts link, as you can see, the URI is contact. Now if I change this back to contacts, save the change, back to the home page, and hit the all contacts again, here I have no error. Now before we end this lesson, let me show you something which I think very useful when you're working with routes. So here let me go to iTerm and type PHP artisan route list. Here we get back all information about all routes in our application. It contains domain, method, URI, name, action, and middleware. You can also compact the table, only contains method, URI, and action, by adding -c flag. You can also filter your routes by path. For example, I want to show only contacts route. You can also reverse the ordering of your routes by adding -r. And you can see more details about artisan command by adding -h. Okay, that's it for this lesson. We've learned about what is routing, how to define a Laravel basic route. We've also learned about route parameters and name route. You can see more details about routing by accessing this link. Alright, in the next lesson, we're gonna learn about views. So, join me there. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about view and how to use it in our application. In MVC architecture, view is a representation layer for the user to interact with our application. It will render data from the model into a form that is suitable for the user interface. In Laravel, all the views are placed in Resources, Views folder. We can create our view in two formats, plain PHP in .php extension, and it will be rendered with PHP engine, while Blade in .blade PHP extension, and it will be rendered with a Blade engine. Blade engine will compile our Blade template and produce a plain PHP file. Let's open up web PHP. Here in context index route, instead of returning a string, let's return a view. Let's cut this string, return view, and the view is gonna be context.index, which means index.php or index.bladephp inside context folder. Now we can go to Resources, Views folder, then create a new folder. We'll call it Contacts. Then inside this folder, let's create a brand new file, and we'll call it index.blade.php. In this file, I'll paste the string, and here I'll also add a couple of links. Now if you save these changes, then visit the context route. Here our view is get rendered, and we can navigate to add new page and show a contact page. Now, as I mentioned before, that Blade template will get compiled by Blade engine to plain PHP file. We can navigate to Storage, Framework, and Views folder. And here we'll see a couple of files in random string name. But if you see the extension in .php, and if you open the file, you'll know that the content is similar with the index.php, but it no longer contains Blade syntax. Blade template will also cached. This will make loading our views a bit faster and increase our application performance. Okay, let's do the same thing to this context create route. Let's cut the string, return a view, and the view is gonna be contacts.create. We can navigate to contacts folder, then create a new file. Here we'll call it create blade php. Inside this file, just paste a string, then add a link to go back to all contacts page. Let's give it a save and revisit the add new page. Here we go. We have header, add new contact, and a link. Let's hit this link to go back to previous page. Let's also put the content in this page into a view. Back to our editor. And here, let's assign the contact instance into a variable. After that, we can return a view. Contacts.show. And here we want to pass this variable into our view. How can we do that? Well, there could be many different ways, but the simpler way is to put in the second argument of the view helper function compact contact. The compact is a PHP function that will create an associative array taken from a variable that we specify with its value. So this produces an array like this. The array key will be available in our view, in this case contact. And now let's navigate to contacts folder, create a new file, and call it show.blade.php. Inside this file, let's add a heading, and I'll say contact details. Let's also add a div. And for now, let's echo out the contact instance. Then add a link to go back to all contacts page. Let's save those changes. Then revisit the show contact page. Now we have a header, JSON data, and a link to go back to all contacts page. Okay, so now that you know what is view and how it's useful to separate presentation with application logic, let's continue to the next lesson and learn about controller. Laravel is a PHP framework which follows MVC architecture pattern. As you might already know, MVC stands for Model, View, and Controller. We've learned about model and view in the previous couple of lessons. Model responsible to handle business logic, while view responsible as visual representation of the model or how data should be presented to the user. Now in this lesson, we're gonna learn the last part of MVC, which is controller. In theory, controller is responsible for controlling the execution flow of the application. It acts as a directing traffic between views and models. The controller receives an input from the users and calls to the model and view to perform appropriate actions. But in reality, we can control the execution flow in our routes as we've done so far. As you may realize, we made call to a model. We return view inside a cluster in our routes definition. Doing this way could be okay if it only contains a simple logic. But as your application grows, the logic could become more complex, and your code could become larger and larger. So doing this way is not ideal. That's why it's better to put your code into a controller. This will make your code better organized and easy to maintain. In Laravel, controllers are placed inside app HTTP controller folder. To create a new controller, we can do that by using artisan. So let's go ahead and open up our terminal. And to create a new controller, we can say php artisan make controller. And here the controller we're gonna make is contact controller. The controller name should be in a singular, and by convention is ending with controller. I admit that I used to name my controller in plural, but according to this guide, the controller name should be in singular. So from now on, I'll name my controller in singular. Hit enter. Alright, let's open the contact controller file. And then inside this class, let's define a method. This method is gonna house the logic for our contacts index route. So here let's call it index. Back to our route. Then in this contacts index route definition, let's cut this line. Then replace the cluster with string contains the action or controller name along with the method name separated with @ symbol. In this case, contact controller index. Now if we save this and inspect our routes in our terminal, as you can see, Now the action for the contacts index refers to contacts controller along with index method. Now we can go back to contact controller. Then inside the index method, just paste the code. Now if we save this and visit the all contacts page, it's still working as it was. Okay, let's do the similar thing to other routes. Here in the contacts create route definition, let's cut this line, replace this cursor with contact controller create, back to contact controller, define the create method, and paste the previous code. Let's save these changes, and let's see if everything is still working. Alright, it's still working fine. One last more thing, let's switch to our routes, and here, let's cut everything in the cluster, replace the cluster with contacts controller show, back to contact controller, then define the show method, define an argument ID, and then paste the previous code. Here, let's get rid of this. Then import the namespace at the top. Let's save. Visit the show contact page. Okay, so far so good. Okay, that's it for this lesson. We've learned about controller and we've seen how to organize our code into a controller. This will make our routes more cleaner and improve maintainability of our application. Let's move on to the next lesson and see how to integrate our HTML template in our application. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about blade syntax and see how to integrate this HTML template to our application. You can download this template in the course resource. So this template is built on top Bootstrap 4.3. We have a navbar and a table as a main content. If I hit the add new button, it has similar navbar, but the main content is different. In this case, we have a form. Now if we open both pages in the editor, they have the similar HTML structure, except the main content. So to apply this template in our application, we need to place the same part of this template into a layout. Firstly, let's copy the HTML markup from the doc type until the nav closing tag. Let's head over to our project, go to Resources, Views Directory. Now just in case we'll have other layouts in the future, here I'll create a new directory. I'll call it Layouts. Inside this folder, let's create a new file. You can name it whatever you like. In my case, I'll call it main blade PHP. In this file, just paste the markup. Then here, I'll add a command for a while. In Blade, we can add a command like this. So we'll place our main content here. Here I'll say content. Alright, back to our template, copy everything after main closing tag, back to our layout, then paste the markup after the command content. Now we need to copy the style sheet and JavaScript file in the template. Here I'll open my Finder, go to Assets folder, then copy the CSS and JS folders. Back to the project, go to Public folder, refill and Finder, then paste them here. Now we can go back to our main layout, then adjust the file reference for the CSS and JS files because we placed them in a slightly different path. We have not placed our CSS and JS folder in Assets folder, so let's remove it from here. Here we use relative path, which could be working fine in one environment, but it could be not working in other one. So here let's wrap the CSS and JS file reference in asset helper function. This asset function will produce the absolute path or full URL of the file reference. Alright, so now we have our main layout. Let's apply that in context index view. Let's open that file. Here to apply our layout in other blade file, we can use blade extends directive. Blade directive always has add prefix. Then here we'll specify the layout, in this case, layouts.main. We can think of the main layout as a parent view, while this file as a child view. That's why here we use extends directive to extend the main layout to this file. Now if we save this, visit the all context page, here the main content comes before the navbar. So to fix this, let's switch back over to our editor. Here we need to place our main content into other directive section, and we can call it whatever. In my case, I'll call it content. Now if I save this, back to the browser and reload, now the main content is gone. So to make it displayed on the screen, we need to use yield in our layout. Back to our layout, and here let's replace this command with yield content. This content should be matched with the name in the section directive in the child view. Let's give it a save, back to the browser, and reload. Okay, now the main content is in the proper place. But there's something wrong with the styles. Let me check that. Here I missed the double quote closing. Save. Reload. Okay, great. Now, instead of showing this message, let's display a table like we have in here. Let's head over to our template. Here, let's copy the main element, back to the project, let's replace everything inside this section content with a markup that we grabbed from the template. Let's find the add new link, then change the href with route contacts create. Let's save, back to the browser and reload. Okay, now we have a beautiful table in our application. Let's switch back over to our editor. And here, before I apply the main layout to other view, let me show you another directive. So in our view, we could have a lot of markup. This will make our view hard to read and hard to maintain. A better solution is to divide our view into partial files. So whenever you want to make change to a certain part, you just need to focus on a certain file. So in this file, let's cut the row in between card body and table. This row actually contains a filter and a search form. Let's cut, navigate to context folder, then create a new file. Here I'll call it _filter.php. Note that the underscore prefix is not necessary, it's only my style preference in naming partial file. Inside this file, just paste the code. Now here, we can include our partial file by making use blade include directive and specify the file that is going to be included, in this case, contacts_filter. Let's save all changes, reload the page. Okay, it's still working just fine. Now let's hit this add new button. Here it has no layout being applied. Let's head over to our template. Let's switch to form.html. Copy the main element. Back to our project. Open the contacts, create blade PHP. Clear everything. Extend the main layout. Add section content. And pause the markup. Let's change the href on this cancel button to contacts index route. Let's save, back to the browser, and reload. Alright, now we have the main layout get applied on this page. Awesome! One last more thing is to make the title of our page dynamic. As you can see, the title, both of the pages are still the same. Let's go to main layout. Here, let's replace the title with yield title. This yield directive also accepts optional value in the second argument. If we specify a value, let's say contact app, this string is gonna be as default value if we're not provided in the child view the title. So if I save this, back to the browser, and reload, here the title has changed to contact app. Now let's specify the title in contacts index view. Note that when you specify the second argument in section directive, you don't need to have the end section. Okay, let's copy this, switch to create blade PHP, paste here, then adjust the title. Let's save all changes, reload, now the title of both pages are now dynamic. Okay, that's it. We've seen a couple of blade directives to work with views in this lesson. We use extends to extend a view from another one. We use include to include partial file, and so on. And the most important is, we've successfully integrated Bootstrap template in our application, and now we have our application much beautiful. You can see more details information about Blade in this link. Okay, let's move on to the next section and see how to render dynamic data in our application. In the previous lesson, we've integrated Bootstrap template in our application. And here we have a table which contains 5 rows. Currently, they are only static HTML content. So in this lesson, we're going to load all context in our database and render in this table. Alright, let's head over to our editor. Let's pull open the context controller. Then inside this method, we can get all contacts from our database by saying contact all. Then we'll assign into a variable, in my case, contacts. Now we can pass through this variable into our view by put it in the second argument of this view helper function. Alright, let's open up contacts, index view. Then here in tbody, we can leave one table row. We loop through this in for each loop. But before we do that, we'll make sure that the contacts collection is not empty. Here you can use native PHP if statement like so. But in Blade, we can write this much simpler, just like this. Now, inside this if statement, we can loop through the contacts. Again, you can use native PHP for each loop, like so. But since we are in Blade template, we're gonna make it much simpler, like so. And here we can paste the table row. Now here, since we need to show a number in the table row, so here we can specify the index. Then here, in the first table header, we can replace this number to index plus 1 because the index is a zero-based number. Now we can replace other column to contact first name, contact last name, contact email. Now for the company, we can show the company name like so. Contact company name. Now, if we save these changes, back to the browser and reload, now we have all contacts display on the screen. Now here, I think it would be better to sort the contact. In my case, I'll sort them by first name in ascending direction. So here, let's replace this method with get. Then before that, we'll add order by method call. Specify first name column in the first argument. And then specify the order direction in the second argument. If you didn't specify the direction in the second argument, it will be ascending by default. Now if you save this, reload the page, Okay, now the contacts sorting in ascending direction. Now here, I have 72 contacts displayed on one page. But actually, I don't want to display all of them in the first load, because it will make the page loading time a bit longer. So let's head over to our editor. Then here, we can replace this get method with paginate and specify how many records to get displayed per page. In my case, I'll set it to 10. Now we can switch to contacts index view. Then replace this nav with contacts links. Now let's save all changes. Reload. Here we have 10 contacts displayed on the table. But here, the pagination appears on the left. Also, it looks too close to the table. Here, I want to place it on the center and add more space from the table as it looks in the template. So, to do that, we can go to our terminal, then type php artisan vendor :publish. Enter the pagination, then hit return. Now if we go to resources, views, here we have vendor pagination folder. Inside this folder, we have some files. But since our template is built on top Bootstrap 4, so let's open the Bootstrap 4 Blade PHP. In a nav tag, let's add class mt4. Then inside UL tag, we can add another class, justify content center. Let's give it a save. Reload. Okay, now the pagination placed on the center, and it has extra space on the top. Now let's hit the pagination link. Here we are in the second page. Hit again. Okay, the pagination is working fine. Now the small issue here is the row number. We always have number 1 to 10 in each page. So to fix this issue, let's head over to our editor. Then here, instead of adding with 1, we can replace with the number of the first item in the current page. So here, let's replace this with contacts in plural, then add first item. Note that this method only available in Laravel version 5.7 or above. In below version, it could be a bit complex. Give it a save. Reload. Now the row number no longer is set to 1 once we switch to different pages. Awesome. Okay, so now that we have all contacts being displayed on the page. In the previous lesson, we've loaded all contacts from our database and displayed them in this page. Now it's time for you to load all companies in the database and display in this dropdown. As a hint, to display the companies in this dropdown, you only need to have collection of ID and name of the companies. The ID is gonna be placed inside the options value, while the name is gonna be placed as the option text. To have that collection, you can use plug method instead of get method. So let me show it to you. I'll open Thinker. Then here, I'll import the company model namespace. Now here you can call company, then followed by plug method. If I put in ID in, here I get back a collection contains list of company IDs. I can add all to get the actual array. Now if I add name, here I get back a collection and it contains associative array. The name of the company as array key, while ID as array value. Here I'll put the name on the left. And now I get the proper data. I can also sort the data by name in ascending order. Okay, please pause this video and do the exercise. Alright, let me open up Context Controller. Here in the index method, I'll define a new variable, companies. Then I'll assign to this variable, company, order by, plug, name, ID. I can then pass the variable to the view. Import the model namespace here. So here, although I pass the companies to context index view, since the underscore filter.php included as part of the file, the companies variable will also be available in that file. So let me open underscore filter.php. Here, let me leave two options. The first option will be as default option. Then we can wrap another option in for each loop. The companies variable contains associative array, where the array key is ID, while the array value is the name of the company. So here in for each, we can specify companies as ID, arrow, name. We put the ID in the options value. And name as the option text. Alright, let me save these changes. Back to the browser. And reload. Now, if I hit this, alright, all companies get displayed in here. Great. We have all companies displayed in here. Now in this lesson, we're gonna make this dropdown working. So when a company is selected, the contact here will be filtered based on the selected company. To make this work, we're gonna write some JavaScript code to listen to the change event. So let's head over to our editor, open underscore filter.php, then in select tag, let's attach ID attribute, and it's gonna be filter company ID. Let's also add name, and it's gonna be company ID. Now let's go to public JS folder and create a new file to put our JavaScript code. Here I'm gonna call it app.js. Firstly, we can make selection to the element by making use JavaScript getElementById. Specify the ID, filter, company, ID. Then we can listen to the change event by adding add event listener. Put the event name in the first argument, change. Then put a function in the second argument. Inside this function, let's alert this value. Now we can reference this file in our main layout. Let's open that file. Before body closing tag, let's add another script. Then reference the app.js. Let's save all changes. Reload the page. Now if I choose the company, here I get the alert pop-up showing me the company ID that I've chosen. Let's switch back over to our editor, back to app.js. Then here, let's get rid of the alert. Then assign the this.value into a variable. In my case, I'll define company ID. Now for cross-browser compatibility, we'll add or operator, then followed by these options, this selected index dot value. Now in JavaScript, we can redirect the page by saying window location href equals target. For the target, we're going to redirect to the current page and add a selected company ID. Actually, this window location href will return the current page. So here, we can reassign itself. Then, to remove the query string from the URL, we can split the string by question mark. This will produce an array, and we can get actual URL without query string by accessing the zero index. After that, we can add query string contains our selected company. Let's give it a save. Reload the page. Select a company. Now, as you can see, we have our selected company in our URL. Alright, before we actually filter our contacts, let's make the company option that we have chosen as selected. To do that, let's switch to _filter. And here we need to place this default option into company's collection. By doing this way, we can easily check the value in each iteration and determine which option will get selected. So let's remove this option. Then let's open Contact Controller. We can add in the beginning of the company's collection a value by utilizing the prepend method. All companies as value, empty as a key. Now if we save all these changes, reload the page, here we still have all companies option. Alright, back to our editor, go to _filter, and here To determine the option as selected, we can check if the current ID is equals with the company ID in the query string. Then we'll attach the selected attribute. Give it a save. Reload. Alright, now the drop-down option is properly selected. Okay, now let's finally filter our contacts based on the selected company. Let's go to Contact Controller. Here in Contact Query, we can add where method, put a closure in, specify an argument, query in this case. Then inside this closure, we'll add query where company ID is company ID. But it's gonna happen if there's a company ID in the query string. So let's wrap this where in if statement. In this if, we can add request company ID. Then we can assign to company ID variable. Let's give it a save. Reload the page. Okay, now our contacts filter by selected company. So here, whenever I change the company, the contact table is also changed. If I choose all companies, now all contacts displayed on the table without filtering. Awesome! Now, just to finish, let me show you one issue. Back to the editor. Then here, I'll change the paginate to 5. Let me save this. I'll choose a company. Here I see the pagination. Now if I hit the pagination link, here the company ID no longer exists in the query string. And now the contacts no longer are filtered. So how can we fix this? Actually, to fix this issue is very easy. Let's open up index.php. Then here, before we render the links, let's add appends. This method receives an associative array. In this case, we'll append the company ID along with the value from the query string by saying request only company ID. Let's give it a save and have a look. Alright, now the pagination link working as we expect. Alright, let me set the pagination number back to 10. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we'll see how to show the details of the contact. Here we already have the show button, but if we hit this link, of course we get 404 error page because currently it pointed to show.html. So if we open the application template that I provided, it should be like this. So let's head over to our editor, then pull open index.php, and then let's change the href for this button to route contacts.show. contact ID. Let's give it a save. Reload the page. Okay, here we have the expected page. Now let's apply this template into this page. Let's go to our template, open show.html, copy this entire tag, back to our project, let's open show.php, let's extend the layouts main, add section content, then paste the code. Give it a save, reload. Alright, here our contact details page look much better. Now let's actually show the details information of the contact here. Head back to editor. Here, let's replace this static data with actual contact information. Let's also change the href of the cancel button to route contacts index. Let's give it a save, back to the browser, and reload. Alright, now the actual contact information finally rendered on the screen. Just to verify, I'll go back to all questions page, then see other contact. Alright, we have successfully made this contact details page look much better, and we have dynamic data rendered in here. Let's continue to the next section and see how to work with the form.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In the last section, we've integrated HTML template in our application. And so far, we have all contacts and contact details page working properly. Now if we hit the Add New button, here we get a form on the screen, but currently it's only a static form. So in this lesson, we're gonna see how to make this form actually working. I mean, it's able to send the information that we enter in the form to the server and echo out it on the screen. We'll see how to validate and persist data into our database in the next lesson. Alright, let's head over to our editor, then pull open contacts, create lead.php, now here, since we're gonna use the same form for adding new contact and editing a contact, we're gonna move the form element into a separate file. Then it'll be shared in both create and edit view. So here we'll have 3 views in this case. In my opinion, it will make our view much cleaner and much easy to maintain instead of having a single file contains if statement to determine the editing or adding state, because our view will look messy. So here, let's cut the form inputs. Then we'll include contacts dot underscore form. Alright, go to contacts folder, create a new file, and name it as underscore form blade PHP. Inside this file, just paste the code. Now here we have a select tag which contains some static companies. Let's load the companies in our database and put them in here. Okay, before that, let's provide the companies collection in our controller. Let's open up Contact Controller. Here we can grab the companies in this index method. Go to create method. And here just paste the code. And pass it to our view. Back to the form partial. Leave one option. Then put it in for each loop. The value contain ID, and the option text is gonna be name. Let's save all changes. Back to the browser and reload. Let's see the drop down. Alright, now we have all companies listed on this form. Now let's make this form working. Let's switch back over to our editor. Go to create view. Then here, let's wrap the form partial in a form tag. The action is gonna be route contacts.store, and the method is gonna be post. Now if you save this, reload the page, here we got error route contacts.store not defined because we haven't defined the route yet. Let's pull open web.php. Here we'll follow RESTful resource route. That's why we'll use the URI as contacts, while the method is gonna be post. So let's duplicate this line. Change the method to post. Change the action to contact controller store. And change the name to contacts.store. Let's give it a save. Back to the browser and reload. Okay, now let's hit the save button. Now here we get 419 error. This error occurred because Laravel by default not allows us to send a post, put, or delete request which usually send through a form without token. So to do that, let's open up main layout. Inside the head tag, let's add meta name CSRF-token content. In here we can get the token by calling Laravel CSRF token helper function. Now if you save this, back to the browser, back to previous page, reload, then view page search. Okay, here you'll see the content of this meta contain a random string. Let's switch back to contacts created view. Here inside the form, we can add the CSRF token into hidden input. We can simply use CSRF blade directive like so. Let's give it a save. Back to the browser. Reload. Let's find the form tag. Alright, here we have a hidden input, and it contains a random string. Okay, let's close this tab. Reload the page. Then hit the save button. Okay, now we get another error tells us that the store method is not defined. Let's go to contact controller. Then here, let's define the store method. In this method, we'll capture the information that's submitted from the form. That's why here we'll define an argument and type in to request class. Actually, you can omit that and use the request helper function as we did before. But I prefer to use this in this case. Now inside this method, let's add dd function call, which will dump a value that we specified and stop the execution. Here, let's diagram all data from the request. Now if we save this, reload the page, hit continue. Here you'll see an array contains token, first name, last name, and so on. Currently each column is empty because we didn't enter anything in the form. Here, instead of all, you can also use only and specify the fields. For example, if I enter first name and last name, reload, hit continue. Here I have an array contains only first name and last name. You can also use except and specify the fields. Here, if I save this, reload, hit continue. Here in this array, the first name and last name no longer exist. Okay, that's it. Let's move on to the next lesson and see how to validate the request data and persist it into our database. Alright, see you there. In the previous lesson, we've been working with the form, and at this point, we're only able to send contact information to the server, then printed it out on the screen. Now in this lesson, we're gonna see how to validate the contact information and store it into our database once it met our requirement. Alright, here, let's validate the contact information by calling request, then add validate method call. In this method, we specify the validation rule in array. Here, we'll make the first name column required. Let's duplicate this line several times. Here, the last name is gonna be required. Also email. Now for email, we'll add email validation. This will make sure that what the user entered is a valid email. Then the address is gonna be required. Also company ID. Now, for this column, we can verify if the company entered exists in companies table. Here we can add exists, colon, specify the table name, in this case companies, and specify the primary key, ID in this case. Now, if we save this change, back to the browser, reload, hit continue. Here we'll be taken to the form. And if you try to hit the save button, we're still in here. This is a good progress because the contact information that we send is not met the validation rule that we have specified. And now the next thing that we need to do here is to show the validation error message in our form. So let's open our form partial. Here, since our template is built on top of Bootstrap 4, to show validation error message, we need to have isInvalid class in the form input to make it in red border color. Then, to show the error message, we can place it in an element with invalid feedback class. So here, to determine if we have error in a certain input, we can make use error by directive. Specify the name. In this case, it should be matched with the name attribute of the input. Don't forget to close with an error. So, this isInvalid class will be attached if there's an error on the first name. Similarly, we can wrap this invalid feedback in error blade. Then we can replace the static text with the actual error message. Here we can echo out the message variable. This variable holds the validation error message in blade error scope. Let's give it a save. Reload the page. Now if I hit the button, now I have the validation error message appear. Alright, let's do a similar thing to other inputs. Alright, let's give it another save. Hit the save button again. Now we have all validation error messages appear on the form. Great! Now let me enter the first name input. Then hit the save button. Here we have another issue. What I've entered here is gone. Okay, let's fix this issue. Let's switch back over to our editor. So, to fix this issue, here we need to add value attribute. Then we can capture the previous value by calling Laravel all the helper function. Then specify the name. The name here should be matched with the name attribute of the input tag. Let me save this. Back to the browser. Enter the first name. Then hit the save button. Okay, now the input value is still in there. Let's do the same thing to other inputs. Now in select tag, we can make the option selected by compare the ID with the old company ID. Let's save. Now let's enter all form inputs. Here I enter invalid email to see if the email validation is working. I'll hit the save button. Now I get email validation error message. Let me now enter valid email. Then hit the save button again. Okay, here's the contact information printed out on the screen, meaning that it met our requirement and it's ready to be saved into our database. Back to Contact Controller. Here we're going to save all contact using mass assignment. We can call all method to capture all data in the request. If we open the contact model, here we've defined the available attribute, then specify the columns that allows for the mass assignment. Another approach is to call only and specify the columns. Then in the model, instead of available, you can define guarded and set it to empty array. In my opinion, both method is valid, but for me, I prefer to use the available attribute in the model and use all method in the controller. So here we get all requests, then pass it to contact create Once it's saved, we can redirect to the contact's index route by saying return redirect. In this function, you can pass in a route path like so. Or you can chain in the function with route and specify the route name. We can then add with method call. This method receives two arguments. The first one is a key in the session, message in this case. Then the second argument is a value. In here, I'm gonna say contact has been added successfully. Next, let's display the message that is stored in the session in our view. So let's open index.php. Here, let's add another if statement. Here, we'll check the message in the session, then we'll show it in alert. Let's assign it into a variable, then show it inside the alert. Let's save all changes. Back to the browser, reload, hit continue. Here I get the error, company ID doesn't have a default value. Here I need to specify the company ID. Save, refresh, continue. Okay, here I have a success message appear above the table. But if you see in the table, the newly created contact is not there. Well, this is because we sort the contact by name in ascending order. Maybe we can change the sorting to display the latest contact first. So here we can change this to ID and change the second argument to descending. If we save this, reload the page, alright, here the newly created contact displayed on the top. Okay, that's it. Let's continue to the next lesson and see how to extend our form so that it's able to use to edit the existing contact. In the previous lesson, you've learned how to build a form, how to validate the data, and save it into database. Now it's time for you to extend the form functionality so that it's able to use to update existing contact. As a hint, you can add in the second argument of the all-helper function a contact property to populate the form input. Also, you will need to define one getRoute to show the form and one put route to actually process the change. Then in the form, you can utilize the blade method directive and set it with put method. Alright, you can pause this video, and once you've finished, you can resume the video and compare your work. Okay, I hope you've managed the exercise, and now you can compare your work with mine. Alright, to add update contact functionality in the application, here I'll firstly define a new route that is gonna use to show the edit form. Let me open the web PHP, duplicate the show contact route, change the URI to contacts ID edit. The route handler is gonna be contact controller edit, and the route name is gonna be contacts.edit. Now I can open contacts index view, find the edit button, then adjust the href to route contacts.edit and pass the contact ID. I'll save all changes. Actually, let me open contact controller. In this controller, I'll define the edit method. It will receive ID as argument. I can copy the code from the create method, paste here, change the view to contacts.edit. I'll give it a save, reload. If I hit the button, here I get another error, view contacts.edit not found. Okay, let me create the view. Here I can simply open the create blade PHP, then save this file as edit.blade.php. For now, I'll just change the code title to edit contact. Now, if I save this, reload. Okay, here I have the form appears on the screen. Now, it's time to fill the form inputs with the old contact information. Now, let me go back to contact controller. Here in this method, I'll find the contact by ID, then assign it into contact variable. Then I'll pass it to the view. And now I can open the form partial. I'll select all of the old helper function by hitting Command D or Ctrl D on PC. I'll hit Shift Option right arrow to select the column name, copy, hit right arrow again, I'll add comma, and contact, arrow, and then paste the column name. Here, I'll adjust the text of the submit button. When updating, it's gonna be update. When adding new record, it's gonna be save. Let me save these. Reload again. Alright, now the form inputs has been populated with some data. Now, let me show one issue. Here, if I change the ID, of this URL with invalid number. Here I get unexpected error, trying to get property first name of an object. So to fix this, here I'll switch to contact controller. Then I'll replace this find in this method, also in show method, with find or fail. So by doing this way, whenever the record not found, it will show us 404 error page, which is the proper error page. Now if I save this, reload the page. Alright, here I get 404 error. Great. Since we modified the form partial, let me check the add new form. Here I get another error, undefined variable contact. Here I can fix that issue by provide the contact instance in this create method. Let me save, reload. Okay, now the error is gone. The next thing that I'm gonna do is to make the form working properly. I'll switch to my routes. Here I'll duplicate this contact show route. The HTTP method is gonna be put. The URI is still be the same. The route handler is gonna be contact controller update, and the name is gonna be contacts.update. Now I'll switch to contacts edit view. Then here in the form tag, we cannot change the method to put because it won't work. Instead, here we can use blade method directive and specify the put method. I'll save these changes. I almost forgot to change the form action, so here I'll change the action to contacts update and pass the contact ID. Reload, view page source. Here I have another hidden input called underscore method. When we send the form to the server, behind the scene, Laravel will use this value to recognize which request method that we sent. Now if I hit the update button, here I get another error. Method contact controller update does not exist. I'll switch to contact controller. Then define the update method. It's gonna receive ID, and we can add in the second argument the request. Let me copy the code from the store method. Paste here. Here, to perform update, we need to have a contact instance. Here we can copy from here. And then paste here. To actually update the record, we can say contact update request all. Once updated, it's gonna redirect to contacts index route, and the message is gonna be contact has been updated successfully. Let me save, reload, hit continue. Alright, here I get the success message. Let me edit another contact, change something, then hit update. Okay, here the contact has been updated successfully. In this lesson, we're gonna add delete contact functionality in our application. Here we already have the delete button, but currently it's not working. To make it work, in the back end we need to define a delete contact route, but in the front end we cannot send the delete request using native anchor. In this case, we'll need to send the request via a form, such as we did when creating or updating contact. Here, let's open web.php and define a new route. I can simply duplicate this contact update change the method to delete. The URI is going to be the same. The route handler is going to be contact controller destroy. And the route name is going to be contacts destroy. Next, let's pull open the contacts index blade.php. Find the delete button. And here, as I mentioned earlier, that we cannot use only a native anchor like this. Here we have at least two options. The first one is to replace this with button tag, then wrap it inside a form tag. The second option is to keep using this native anchor, add a new form outside for each loop, and custom the anchor's behavior using JavaScript. In this lesson, we're gonna choose the second option. So here, let's change the href to route contacts destroy, pass contact ID, then here let's add another class, let's say btn delete, and we'll show the confirmation message in JavaScript. So let's remove this from here. Then, outside for each loop, let's define a form. Let's set ID attribute as form delete. The method is gonna be post, and we'll add style and put display none to make sure that the form is invisible. Let's add blade CSRF and specify method as delete. Alright, now let's open up app.js . In here, let's select the delete button via document, query selector all, specify the class, in this case btn delete. Then we'll attach a click event listener to each button. Here we're gonna use for each to loop each button. So let's add arrow function to represent a button. Inside here, we'll attach the click event listener by saying button add event listener click. In the second argument, we'll add a function. This function will receive an argument to represent an event. Inside here, let's call event prevent default to prevent the default link behavior. And for now, let's show an alert. Let's save all changes, reload the page. Sorry, I made typo. Destroy, save, reload. Let's hit the delete button. It's not work. Here I'll hard refresh by hitting shift key and hit this button. Hit the delete button again. Now the delete alert show up. Great. Now let's get rid of this alert. Then add if confirm Are you sure? Inside here, we can get the href attribute of the anchor by saying this get attribute href. So this is the reason why I use function instead of arrow function, because this in function is referred to current scope. Here, let's assign to a variable, let's say action. Next, let's select the form delete using document get element by id form delete and assign to another variable form. Now we can set the form action by saying form set attribute action and pass the action in. Last, we can submit the form by saying form submit. Now if you save this, reload, then hit the delete button, hit OK. Here we get error, which is a good sign, because we have successfully sent the delete request to the server. Let's fix this issue by defining the destroy method in our contact controller. Let's open contact controller and define the destroy method. Define ID. Inside this method, let's find the contact by ID. We can simply copy from here, paste. After that, we can delete the contact. Once the contact deleted, we can redirect to the previous page. In this case, we can simply use back and followed by with method, specify the message in the first argument, and I can copy the message from here. I'll change this to deleted. Alright, let's give it a save, reload, hit continue. Alright, here I get a success message. Let me delete one more contact. Okay, great. We have successfully implemented delete contact functionality. And now we have a full set current contact functionality in our application. In this section, we'll see how to make this search form functional, and we'll learn about Eloquent scope to build our custom queries. Alright, let's open up filter partial. And here, let's put the select and input inside a form. We can simply wrap this row div inside a form. So, by doing this way, whenever we enter something in the search input, then hit return, the form will be submitted. We can also hit the search button to submit the form. You may specify action or method attributes on the form, but since we need to hit the same URL, and the HTTP method we're going to be using is getMethod, so here we can omit the attributes. Next, we need to specify the name as well as ID attributes on the input tag. Here I'll call it search, and I also specify value and set it with request search. And last, let's change the search button's type to submit. Alright, let's give it a save. Back to the browser and reload. Enter something in the search box. Then hit enter. Okay, here we have query string contains contact ID and search in the URL. I'll change the search term, and now I'll hit the search button. Alright, it does the same thing. Now, to make the search functionality really working, let's jump to contact controller. Here in this method, let's add another if statement. If found search in the request, then we add another where. For now, I'll match the search term with first name. In the second argument, we can use like operator. The like operator is an operator that tests whether a string contains a specified pattern or not. In the third argument, we can put the search term, and we'll wrap it within %wildcard to match any string of 0 or more characters. Let's give it a save. I'll enter random name. Alright, here I get one contact. I'll enter other name. Alright, now our search functionality is really working. If I clear this, then hit enter, now all contacts will get displayed. So now we have our search form fully functional. At this moment, we're able to search the contacts by first name only, but in upcoming lesson, we'll add more criteria such as last name, email, and so on. For now, let's write JavaScript code to control this clear button. Let's switch back over to our editor. Go to filter partial. Let's find the clear button. And here, let's give it an ID. ptn clear. Alright, now let's open up app.js. In here, let's select the clear button. Then attach the click event listener. So whenever we hit the clear button, we'll reset the select or tap down company, as well as the search input, then reload the page. We'll also make sure that there's no query string on the URL. So inside here, let's select the elements, then assign into variables. Once element selected, we can reset their values. For input element, we can clear its value by saying input.value equals empty string. For select element, let's make the default option, which is all companies, as selected option by saying select.selectedIndex equals 0. After that, we can reload the page by utilizing window, location, href. But as I mentioned earlier that we don't want any query string on the URL, so here we can reassign the window, location, href, split by question mark. This will produce an array contains base URL and query string. We only need the base URL, so here we'll say 0 index. Alright, let's give this a save. Reload the page. Choose a company. Enter a name. Here I have one contact. If I now clear the search input, then hit enter, here I get all contacts of the selected company. And here the search key still exists in the query string. Now if I hit the clear button, it's not work. Maybe I need to hard refresh. Alright, now it's work. Now I have all contacts get displayed. And you see in the URL there's no longer a query string. Awesome! Now let's write more JavaScript code to control this button visibility. So we'll show the button when we have entered something in the search input only. Back to our script file. Then in here, let's define a function. I'll call it toggle clear button. In this function, let's get the query string. We can do that by utilizing location.search. Let's assign this into a variable. I'll call it query. Let's define another variable, pattern. In JavaScript, we can write the regular expression in // Then in between, we can specify the pattern. In this case, we'll check whether or not the search equals in the query string. Let's also add bracket. Then in between, we'll add question mark, then ampersand. So this pattern will match search equals or company underscore ID equals 1 ampersand search equals. Let's define another variable, button, and it's gonna hold the clear button itself. Alright, to test the regular expression in the query string, we can say if pattern.taste query. So if the pattern is matched, we'll show the clear button. Otherwise, we'll hide the clear button. Alright, to actually toggle the button, we need to call the toggle clear button function. Let's give it another save. Reload. Alright, now the button disappears. If I now enter something in here, now the button is appear. If I hit the button, everything will be reset. Awesome. Okay, so now that we have the filter and search functionalities working properly, we can now display the contacts by company, and we can search any contact for all companies or in specific company. Let's move on to the next lesson and learn about local scope. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're gonna learn about local scope. So according to Laravel official guide, that local scopes allows you to define common sets of constraints that you may easily reuse throughout your application. To define a scope, you need to prefix the Eloquent model method with scope. You also need to define an argument to represent Eloquent builder instance. Then within a scope, you can make use of that builder and call any Eloquent method such as where, order by, join, and so on. You also need to return the builder instance on the scope body. This allows you to add further method call. For example, you can call other scopes, or you can also call other Eloquent method out of the scope. Alright, let's open up Contact Controller. And here, let's move this order by into a scope. Let's open up Contact Model. And define a new scope. Here I'll call it latest first. It's gonna receive one argument, query. In the scope body, let's return the query and add order by method call. Now the reason why I didn't call this method as latest, because latest has defined an Eloquent as built-in method, and it does almost the same way. So probably you don't need to define this method, but I did this just for educational purposes on how to create a basic scope. Now we can go back to contact controller and call our scope latest first. Now if we save all changes, back to the browser and reload, okay, we get the same results. Alright, let's go back to contact controller. And here we can put both of these if statements into another scope. Let's cut everything inside the closure. Back to contact model. Then define a new scope. Here I'll call it scope filter. And specify an argument, query. Paste the code. And don't forget to return the query builder. Now we can go back to our controller, get rid of the where method call, then call our new scope, filter. And now our index method will look much cleaner and much easier to read. Let's give this a save. Reload. Alright, we still get the same results. If I choose a company, it's good. I'll enter a name. Okay, it's still working as it was. Okay, so now that you know what is a scope, how to define a local scope, and how to use it in your query, in the next lesson, we'll see how to use a global scope. In the previous lesson, we've learned about local scopes. Now in this lesson, we're gonna learn about global scopes. According to Laravel official guide, global scopes allow you to add constraints to all queries for a given model. Writing your own global scopes can provide a convenient, easy way to make sure every query for a given model receives certain constraints. So to apply global scopes, you need to define a class that implements the scope interface from Illuminate Database Eloquent. At that class, you need to implement the apply method. Alright, let's reopen the contact controller. And here, in this index method, let's remove the filter scope from the query, because we'll put the query constraints in the global scope. Let's switch to contact model, cut the query constraints, and remove the scope filter. Next, let's navigate to a folder, and here, let's create a new folder. This folder is gonna house our global scopes. So here, let's call it scopes. In this folder, let's create a new file. Let's call it filter scope.php. Let's define the namespace of this class. Define a class filter scope, and it's going to implement scope interface. Let's import the namespace. Inside this class, we need to implement the apply method. It's accept builder instance in the first argument, and it accept model instance in the second argument. Inside here, just paste the code, and I'll replace the query to builder. Alright, we have created our global scope, and now we can apply this scope to a model. In this case, we'll apply to contact model. Let's switch back to contact model. And here, we need to override the model's boot method. Inside this method, we can assign our global scope by calling static add global scope and pass in our global scope instance. Don't forget to import the filter scope namespace. Alright, let's give this a save. Back to the browser. Select a company. It's good. Enter a name. Alright, it's working as it was. Now at this point, we're able to search the contact only by name. Let's add more criteria in our global scope that allows us to search the contact by last name or email. Back to filter scope. Duplicate this line 2 times. You might add more criteria, but in my case, I want to add last name and email only. Let's give it a save. Back to the browser. I'll enter the last name, then hit return. Alright, here I get one contact. Now I'll try to find the contact who has Gmail account. Alright, here I get 10 contacts. Now if I choose a company, then enter something here, here I get unexpected results. So there's something wrong with our query. So let's check that out. Let's switch to our controller. And here, let's debug the query that's being executed. So before the query, let's make the query log active by calling db enable query log. And then after the query, we can get the query log by saying db get query log. Let's save, reload. Alright, here are the query that we have. Select all from contacts where company and first name like, or last name like, or email like. This is not a query that we expect. We expect the query like this. Select all from contacts where contact ID question mark and parenthesis first name like, or last name like, or email like. So how can we do to get this query? Well, to zip that, actually it's very easy. We need to put the query constraints into different scopes. So here, let's cut the second if statement. Let's save this file as search scope. Change the class name to search scope. Clear everything here. Then paste the code. Now we can go to contact model. Let's duplicate this line. Pass in the search scope. Don't forget to import the namespace. Let's give this a save. Reload the page. This is not a query that we expect. So let me go to my editor. I'll open filter scope. Oh yeah. Here I'll get rid of this. Save. Reload again. Alright, now we have the expected query. If I comment out the query log, Reload. Alright, now I get the expected results. Awesome.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Now, before we end this lesson, let me show you another tip. So at this point, we're able to search the contact by its column, such as first name, last name, and so on. Now let me show you how to search the contact by its company name. You may not need this feature because you can do that by select the company in the drop-down list. But imagine you don't have that and you only have a search box that allows you to search the contacts. So let's go back to our editor. Go to Search Scope. Then here we can add builder or where hash. The first argument is a relationship name, in this case company. Then the second argument is a closure to represent a query constraint. Here we'll need the search variable, so let's pass in through use search. Inside here we can add any query constraints such as we did before. Query where name like, and pass in the search variable. In here, you can also add other criteria by adding or where method call, but for me, I think name is more than enough. Let's give it another save. Back to the browser. I'll enter a company name, then hit return. Alright, here I have contacts whose company is Jacobi Stoltenberg. As a note, since the global scopes will apply the constraints to all queries for a given model, you may remove a global scope for a given query by using without global scope and specify the class name of the global scope. You may also remove several or even all of the global scopes by using without global scopes method. Okay, that's it. In this lesson, we've learned how to write a global scopes, how to apply that in a model, and remove the global scopes for a given query. Let's move on to the next one, and we'll see how to make our global scope reusable. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're gonna see how to make our global scopes reusable so that it can be applied in other models. Alright, here in our search scope, let's define a property called search column, or whatever name you like. Let's assign an array contains a list of columns that we're gonna use as search criteria. Here it's gonna be first name, last name, and email. Here inside if statement, let's leave one or where query constraint. And for now, let's comment the or where hash. And now let's loop through the search column in for each loop. Move this line and change this to column. Let's give it a save. Enter something here. Okay, it's still working just fine. Now let's figure out how to make the or where hash query constraint work. So if you take a look here, we need to have the method name and the column name. So here in the search column, we may define something like this: company.name. So, how can we handle this in the apply method? Let's switch over to our terminal. Let's open Thinker. And here we can make use the PHP explode function. In the first argument, we specify a string contains a dot. Then in the second argument, we specify another string contains company.name. If we hit enter, here we get back an array contains 2 items. If we replace the second string with first name, here we get back an array, but it contains 1 item. I think for the simple solution, we can count this array to determine whether we use or where hash query constraint. So if we say r equals explode dot company name and count r is equal to, maybe I'll do this in 2 steps. Count r is equals to, here we get true. But if we replace the second argument to first name, then count the array, here we get back false. Alright, let's implement this in our scope. Back to our editor. And here, let's call explode dot column, then assign into a variable. Then we'll do a check if count r is equals to, we'll perform or hash query constraint. So let's cut this and put here. And before that, let's call PHP list function. We'll put the first array element in the relationship variable, while the second array element in call variable. Now we can replace this with relationship, then replace this with call. And I will put the or where in else statement. Let's give it another save. Back to the browser, enter company name, then hit return. Undefined variable call. Let me see. Okay, here I need to pass it in here. Save. Reload. Okay, great. Let's go back to our scope. And here, to actually make this scope reusable, let's cut everything inside the search column. Then, let's go to scopes folder and create a brand new file. Let's call it contact search scope. Add a namespace, define the class, then extends from search scope. Inside here, we simply override the search columns and specify the columns. So if we have other model and we want to apply the search scope, we just do the similar ways. Create a new class, extend from the search scope, define the columns that we're gonna use as the search criteria, and then assign the class in the model using addGlobalScope method. So let's switch to contact model. And here, instead of assign the search scope, we'll assign the contact search scope. And don't forget to import the namespace. If we save all changes, oops, something went wrong in contact search scope. Sorry, it should be extends. Save, back to the browser, enter something here. Alright, our search functionality is still working as it was. Alright, let's do almost the same thing to filter scope. Let's open that file. Here, let's define a property called filter columns, and we'll set it with empty array. Then, in the apply method, we'll apply this query constraint for a single column. So it's slightly different with the search scope, where we match a search term to several columns. In here, we match a value with a single column. So let's wrap this if statement in for each loop. Let's replace this variable with value. Then replace the string with column. Now you could follow the similar steps, such as in search scope, you create another class, extends to this filter scope, override the filter columns, then specify the columns, and then assign in contact model. Or, for educational purposes, let me show you another approach. So here, instead of loop over the filter columns in the current class or child class, we can loop over the filter column in the model. So remember, we have defined the model instance in the second argument in the apply method. Now we can go to contact model, then define the filter columns like this. Public filter columns, company ID. Now in boot method, we can still use the filter scope. So let's give this a save. Back to the browser. Choose a company. Alright, it's still working as before. Okay, to give more flexibility in our global scopes, let's make further changes in our scopes. Back to filter scope. Here, before for each loop, let's define a variable, columns, and it's gonna hold the filter columns. Then in for each loop, we can replace the filter columns with columns. Here, if property exists in the model, the filter columns. So, if in the model instance we found the filter columns. We'll call the filter columns in that model. Otherwise, we'll use the filter columns in the current class or in the child class. So, by doing this way, we can now use our scope in two ways. First, create a new class, extend the class to filter scope, override the filter columns, and then assign the class in the model. Or, the second way, we don't need to create a new class, just assign the filter scope in the model, then define the filter columns property and specify the columns. Alright, let's do a similar thing to search scope. Let's cut the search columns from the for each loop, then add columns. Let's define the columns variable, then check if property exists, model the search columns, then assign the search columns in the model. Otherwise, assign these search columns. Let's give this a save. Enter something, then hit return. Okay, it's still good. Now let me choose a company. Okay, it's still working. Let me enter a name. Oops, I get unexpected results. Let's go back to our editor, switch to contact controller, and turn on the query log. Save, reload. Here we have a wrong query. We should have AND operator between company ID and other search criteria. So let's fix that. Let's switch to search scope. Then here, what we need to do is to call the where method for the first iteration. So here, let's specify index. Then let's define a variable, let's say method. So here, if the index is 0, which means the first iteration, then the method is gonna be where. For other iteration, it's gonna be or where. Here in the if statement, we can change the method further by adding hash in the end. So the possible method here are where hash and or where hash. Then here we can replace this with method variable call. Also in here, let's give it a save, reload. Okay, now we have the expected query. Let me go back to contact controller and disable the query log. Let's give it another save, reload. Alright, we get back a proper data. Great! Alright, so far in this section, we've seen how to build a search functionality in our application. We've learned about local and global scopes to build our custom query, and it makes our query in our controller much simpler. We've also seen how to make our global scopes reusable. Okay, let's move on to the next section. In this section, we're gonna learn about authentication. Authentication is a mechanism to confirm the user identity before accessing the application. Usually, this is done by validating user credentials such as username, email, or phone number along with password. although there are other various ways to do that. Once the credentials that enter is matched, the users can access certain pages in the application. In addition, the user information will be stored in the session, cookies, or local storage for a certain amount of time so that they can access the application without having to always enter the credentials. In Laravel, we can implement authentication very easy because it includes almost everything we need, such as registration, email verification, login, logout, forgot password, and reset password. Alright, let's open up our editor. As you already know that in database migrations folder, we have a migration to define the users table. This table defines the user information such as name, email, password, and so on. Also, we have a migration file to define password resets table. So these are tables that are used by Laravel authentication. Then, if we go to app folder, Laravel has shipped the user model for us. This model represents a users table which is defined in the create users table. Then, if we go to app http controllers folder, here we'll find the auth folder which contains several control files. The file name is self-explanatory. It describes what it does. For example, here the login controller contains some logic for login and logout purposes. Register controller is used for registration, and so on. Now, before Laravel version 6, you'll find in resources views folder another folder which is the same name, auth, which contains a couple of blade files for respective controller. But since version 6, that folder, as well as the front-end preset, such as Bootstrap, jQuery, and so on, are no longer included. Now, these files can be included in our application with the help of a package called Laravel UI. So, we need to install that package in order to make the authentication in our application working. Let's switch over to our terminal. Then here we can install it by saying composer require Laravel UI. Then we'll specify --dev option because we need the package only for development. Hit enter, then wait for a while to download the package. Alright, once it's finished, we can verify by typing php artisan. Here we'll find this command UI :auth. Then if we scroll up, here we also find the UI. So what is the difference between these commands? To find out, let's see one by one. Here we can say php artisan UI, then add -h flag. Here we can read in the description that this command swaps the front-end scaffolding for the application. We can then see the usage, UI, then options, which we can see on the bottom, and then type, which is the type of the preset. It can be Bootstrap, Vue, or React. Okay, let's see another command. php artisan UI :auth-h. Here we can see in the description scaffold basic login and registration views and routes. Then for the usage, we can use UI :auth. We can also specify the type, which is Bootstrap by default. So without specifying any type, it's going to be used Bootstrap by default. For the options, here you can specify Vue, Force, etc. So if we're going to install Bootstrap, Vue, or React in our application, we can use the first command, php artisan UI, then specify --auth. But since Bootstrap has included in the template that we are using, and because in this project we probably never use Vue or React, so here we're gonna use the second command. PHP artisan UI:auth. Alright, authentication scaffolding generated successfully. So now if we switch back over to our editor, let's firstly see our controllers. Here in the controls folder, now we have home controller. This controller is responsible to show a dashboard page once you've successfully logged in, registered, or reset password. Then, if we go to Resources, Views folder, now here we have Auth folder, which contains passwords, login, register, and verify. Then, inside Layouts folder, we have app.php edit, and then we also find the home.php. This is a blade file for the home controller. Also, if we open web.php file, here we'll find two routes get added, auth routes and a home route which refer to home controller. So if we switch over to our terminal, then type php artisan route list, here we have a couple of routes that are gonna use for authentication. For example, the home path is referred to home controller index action. The login path is referred to controllers auth login controller, then login method, and so on. Now if we go to our browser, here we can enter in the address bar the login path. Here we get a login form appears. Currently it's unstyled, but we can simply fix this by applying the style from our main layout. If we enter register, here we get a register form which also unstyled. You can see more details in here, other paths, to access other features that Laravel authentication provides for us. Alright, let's switch back over to our editor. Then here, let's firstly open the login file. This file is inherited from layouts.app. Let's now inherit to our own layout, layouts.main. If we save this, go to the browser, then enter login. Alright, now our form is look nice, but here I need to add a space between the navbar and form. Here I'm gonna add py5 or padding in y-axis. Let's give it a save. Okay, I think it's much better. Now we can do the same thing to other form. I'll open register. I'll change this to layouts.main. Then I'll add py5. Save. Then enter register. Okay, great. Now you can do the similar thing to other blade files, such as verify, confirm, and so on. Alright, we've successfully added authentication scaffolding in our application. We've also made a little bit adjustment to some blade files in our folder to make them fit in our application layout. Let's move on to the next lesson and see how to control the links in the navbar. In this lesson, we're gonna make a bit changes on the navbar of our application. Here we will show the login and register buttons when the user has not signed in. Otherwise, when the user has successfully signed in, we will show the companies and contact links. Also, we'll show a drop-down menu at the top right. Alright, let's open up our editor. Then open main layout. Here, the navbar brain is still pointing to index.html. I'll change to the root. Or you can also use URL helper and specify the root path. Next, for these companies and contacts links, they will get displayed when the user successfully signed in. So here we can enclose them with blade directive of and out. Then for login and register links, they will get displayed when user has not signed in. Here we can use another blade directive called guests. Then here, before we close with and guest, since this dropdown will be displayed when the user has signed in, we can use else directive, which means not guest or equivalent with of. So else, and now we can close on the bottom with and guest. I'll reformat this. Also this one. So we can use auth directive to check if the user has signed in. Similarly, we can use guest directive to check if the user has not signed in. In both auth and guest, we can use else directive for the opposite condition. Alright, now let's make the login button working. If we take a look at the routes list, it has a name, login. So in href, we can call route helper and pass in the login route. For the register button, we can change the href to register. Okay, let's give it a save. Reload the page. Now the companies and contacts links disappear, while login and register buttons are still in place because we're not signed in. If we hit the button, the login form shows up. If I now hit the register button, the register form appears on the screen. Alright, I'll register a new user here. Hit register button. Okay, new user has been registered and it's gonna take to the dashboard page by default. This page is unstyled, so let's go back to our editor. Then let's open this file, then change the layout to layouts.main. Let's give it a save. Reload the page. Let me add a space. py5. Save. Okay, it's much better. Next, let's change this dropdown, which currently contains a static text. I accidentally entered the same name earlier. Let's go back to our editor. Then switch back to our main layout. So as I said, it's still a static text. Now here, we can get the current user signed in by making use of the auth helper followed by user to get the user object. From that object, we can take any information of the user, for example, name. Let's give it a save. Reload. Okay, now the user here rendered dynamically from database. For the settings, it still points to HTML file, while the logout link is not being set. Let's switch back over to our editor. For the settings, let's point the href to nothing. For logout, let's see the route in our terminal. Where is it? So here, for logout, it has post method, so we cannot use only the standard anchor tag. If we open update.php, then let's find the logout link. Here it's gonna hit the form. So here we can simply select these whole things, copy, then here just replace this logout link. Let me clean this up. Let's give it a save. Back to the browser. Reload the page. Now if we hit the logout link, alright, we've logged out successfully. And by default, Laravel authentication will redirect the page to the home page once logout succeeds. Okay, that's it for this lesson. In the next one, we're gonna see how to custom the authentication redirection in our application. For example, instead of redirect to the home page once logout succeeds, we'll redirect to the login page. In this lesson, we're gonna see how to custom the authentication redirection. So by default, when the user has successfully registered, signed in, verified, reset the password, or confirmed, the Laravel authentication system will redirect the page to the home page. But when the user logs out, the page will be redirected to the front page as you saw in the previous video. So in this lesson, we'll see how to custom that behavior as we need. For example, instead of redirect to the home page, we'll change it to dashboard. Or instead of redirect to the front page, when successfully logged out, we'll redirect to the login page. Alright, let's switch back over to our editor. Here, I'm gonna do that only in login controller and register controller, but then you can do the similar way to other controllers on the alt folder. Let me close all tabs. Then, let's open register controller file. So as you can see here, we find a property called redirect to, and it's set to the home path. So if you want to change the redirection to the other page, just change this to other path. Here I'll change to dashboard. To prove this, let me show it to you. Here, we'll find register user trait. Let's open the file. If we see the routes in the terminal, the register is using post method, and it refers to register controller register method. So let's find register method. So here it is. As you can see in this method, it validates the request, then fire up an event, and then log in the newly created user. Finally, it returns registered method. If it returns nothing, it will call the redirect method. So if you see the registered method, this method is empty by default. So basically, we can override this method in the register controller and write some code such as change the redirection path or anything else. Or if you do not override that method, it will call redirect helper and pass in the redirect path method call. Let's see the redirect path. We cannot find it here. Let's check out this file. So here, it checks if method exists this redirect to, which means if found redirect to method in the class, then it's gonna call that method. If that method not found in the class, the final thing to do is to find the redirect to property. It checks by calling property exists. So if it found redirect to, then get the value in that property. Otherwise, return the home path. So to custom redirection after registered, we can override the registered or redirect to method. Or the simpler way is to set the redirect to property to any path. In this case, I'll redirect to dashboard. In order to make it work, I can simply change the home path in web.php file to dashboard. Let's give it a save, back to the browser, and register a new user. Alright, now once registered, it's gonna take to the dashboard path. Okay, let's now try to log in with a new user. Here I get error because it still points to the home path, which no longer exists. So let's head over to our editor, open Login Controller, then change this to Dashboard. Let's give it another try. Let's log out, log in one more time. Okay, now it will redirect to dashboard path. So, to custom authentication redirection, such as registered, signed in, or it could be confirmed, reset password, or verified email, we can simply change the redirect to property to any path. Next, let's see how to custom the redirection after logout. So, if you remember, once logout, we'll be taken to the front page. To change the redirection path, here in Login Controller, we cannot find the logout method definition, but here it's used authenticate users thread. So let's open this file. For logout, its action is Login Controller logout method. So let's find out the logout method. Okay, here in this method, it calls guard logout to log out the user, then session invalidate to flush the session data and regenerate the ID, and finally, it returns the logged out method call or return redirect route. So if we check out the logged out method, here this method is empty by default. It's similar with the registered method in register controller. So, to custom the logout redirection, the only way we can do is to override this method. So, let's copy this method definition, then redefine it in this controller. Here we use request, and if you see on the top, it has not import yet. Let's import the class namespace from eliminate HTTP request. In here we can say return, redirect, and pass in the path login like so. Let's give it a save, back to the browser, then hit logout. Alright, now we'll be taken to the login page. Okay, that's it for this lesson. We've seen how to easily customize the authentication redirection, such as registered, logged in, and so on, by modifying in this redirector property to any path. And then, to customize the redirection after logout, we can override the logged out method in the login controller and redirect to any path. Alright, I'll see you in the next lesson. We have successfully integrated authentication system in our application. We're now able to register new user, log in, reset password, and verify email. We've also protected our certain routes by making use of auth middleware so that only authenticated user that able to access the given routes. But if we log in with different accounts, here the contacts that being displayed are all the same. This is because there's no relationship between user and contact whether in database or in the model. So, in this lesson, we're gonna see how to make a relationship to the contact and user, start from database level, model, and then controller. Alright, let's open up our editor. Then here, let's open Create Contacts Table Migration. In here, we can add a new column. It's gonna be unsigned big integer, and the column name is user ID. I used unsigned big integer because I want to have a foreign key for this column, which should have the same column type with the primary key of the related table. If we take a look at users table migration, the ID column is in big increments, which will produce an ID column as unsigned big integer. That's why this should be the same. If you have no plan to define foreign key for the column, you may use big integer like so. Now I'll define a foreign key for that column. Here I can simply duplicate the existing one. Then I'll replace this to user ID, reference ID on users table on the late cascade. Alright, we've added user ID column in the contacts table definition. We can now do the similar thing to the company's table definition. Let's copy this line. In company's table definition, we can paste it here. And then, let's also grab the foreign key. Let's give this a save. Now, before we actually run the migration, I want you to note that you can do this way if you don't have a live version of this application where you have some real data on your database. Why? Because, let's say you open your remote server, then you run PHP artisan migrate. Here you'll get nothing to migrate, or there's no migration to get executed. This is because if we see in migrations table, here the create companies table and create contacts table has been recorded. That's why you got nothing to migrate message. So the only way that you could do is by executing PHP artisan migrate, fresh, or refresh. But you would never do this, because this will wipe up your entire tables in your database. So if you have a live version of your application, you cannot do this way. What you should do is to create another migration like this. PHP artisan make migration, add user ID to contacts table. In the older version of Laravel, you could specify -- table equals contacts, but now it's no longer needed. Back to the editor, open the migration. Then here you can define the user ID column, table, unsigned big integer, user ID, like so. Then in down method, you can drop the user ID column, table, drop column, user ID. Give this a save, back to terminal, and run the last migration, PHP artisan migrate. Okay, the migration file migrated successfully. Now, in some cases, you could find error when you run a migration where you add a column to the existing table without set the column as nullable explicitly. So it will be safe to set the column as nullable. And then you can also define foreign key for this column as you saw before. So let me grab the foreign key from here. Paste it here, give it a save, roll back the last migration, and rerun that. Okay, the migration has been migrated. If you see your contacts table, you'll have a user ID column added, and it's null by default. So that's a safe way that you could do to add new column into existing table if you have a live version of your application and you want to keep your real data. But this way also perfectly fine even if you don't have a live version of your application. For now, I'll stick with the first way. So I'll close this. Then I'll remove this file. Back to terminal and rerun all migrations. PHP, artisan, migrate, fresh. Alright, we've made relationship in our database tables. Now let's make relationship in the models. Let's firstly open user model. Then here, let's define a relationship method. Contacts. A user can have many contacts, so here we'll return this has many contacts. We can then copy this method and create another relationship method for companies like so. Next, we can make inverse relationship for the respective models. Here, let's define a new method. I'll call it user. The company belongs to a user, so here we'll say return this belongs to user. Let's copy this method definition and we'll do the same thing to contact model. Alright, since we've added user ID in both companies and contacts tables, now we also need to make a bit adjustment in our factories. Let's start from company factory. Here we'll add user ID. Then we can assign to this column with factory and pass in the user model. I'll import this. OK. You may call create method, then get the ID, or you can omit that. Just like this is perfectly fine. Let's copy this, open the contact factory, then paste here. I'll import the model namespace. Alright, let's give this a save. Back to terminal and run php artisan db seed. Let me check the users table. If you see here I have a large user records. It's more than 90 records. If you see the companies table, it contains 10 records. But if we take a look at the user ID column, it has unique ID. Each company has different user ID. Let's see the contacts table. It also contains unique user ID for each record. One contact has different user ID. So, what's going on here? Well, if you see in our factory, this factory call will also create new user once the instance created. Actually, having this record is fine, but here I want to have more realistic data. A user can have several companies and contacts, while in here, we have a user with only a single contact. So let's see another approach. Back to our editor. Here we can remove or comment out the user ID in both contact and company factories. Next, let's navigate to Seeds folder, then open database header file. So if you remember, here we generate companies for 10 records. Then for each company, it's gonna create 5 to 10 contacts randomly. So now, before we generate the companies and contacts, we need to generate the users. Factory, user, I'll import the class namespace. It imported here. And here, I'll generate 5 users and call create method. Remember that this method will return a collection. So here we can assign into a variable users. Okay, after we created some users, we can then loop through each user using each method, pass in a closure which represents a single user. So for every single user, we'll generate some companies and users. So here we can move this inside the closure. Since we have defined the relationship method in here, contacts and companies, so here we can say user, companies, save many. This method receives array object or collection. So in this parameter, we can simply take this factory, which is used to generate some companies. We move it here. Then replace this to make to provide some companies and store it in memory. And then I'll replace this with a random number. So I will generate for each user 2 to 5 companies randomly. Note that SaveMany method will return iterable models. So here we can assign into another variable, let's say companies. Alright, for each created company, we'll generate some contacts through this command, company contacts SaveMany. Inside the method, we do the same thing as before, call factory contact random number, and then make. Now, since the contact is also depends on user, which is here, so here we need to make a bit manipulation to the contact collection. We'll use map method, pass in a closure which receive contact instance, and here we need to pass through the user in here. So in order to do that, we can take from here and pass through it here by making use of use user. Also in this one, use user. So basically what we'll do here is to provide the user ID property of its instance. So contact user ID equals user ID. And don't forget to return the instance. Return contact. Alright, if I now save these changes, save all, Back to terminal. PHP artisan. Here let's reset all tables. So we're gonna say migrate fresh -- seed. Okay, if we now see our tables, as you can see here, now the users table only contains 5 records. Previously, I have more than 90 records. Then, if I see the companies, now you see that a user could have 5 records, other user has 2 records, 3 records, and so on. If we see the contacts table, here the user ID 1 has a lot of contacts. I think it's fine because these contacts with user ID 1 has different company ID. Okay, I think this data now more realistic and much better than before, although the previous one is also be fine. Alright, now let's see how to properly handle this data in our application.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Let's switch back over to our editor. Then open the contact controller. Okay, here in index method, we need to display companies and contacts that owned by current user signed in. In the couple of previous lessons, you've seen various ways to retrieve the authenticated user. The simplest way is to use auth . So auth, then followed by user method call. We can then assign into a variable, user in this case. Now here, for company query, we can replace with relationship. User. Because a user has many companies, so here we can chain in with companies, and then order by, and so on. By doing this way, we retrieve all companies of the current user signed in. Similarly, in contact query, here we can replace with user, contacts, latest first, and paginate. Now, if we save this, and back to the browser, give it a refresh. Oops, I get error. Column not found, unknown column name in field list. From contacts, ordered by name. Let me check the user model. Sorry, I made mistake here. This should be company. I'll save. Reload again. Alright, the error is gone. Here I have some contacts displayed on the table. And here I have 2 companies listed in here. Let me now see in my other browser. Alright, as you can see, now the contacts displayed on the tables, as well as the companies, are different for each user. Now let me see in contact form. Okay, here it still lists all companies. So let's go to contact controller. Here in create method, we can replace the company class with auth, then get the user instance, then followed by companies, and so on. Give it a save, reload the page. Okay, great. Let me see in another window. It should have 2 companies. Yes, indeed. Alright, let's do the same thing to edit method. Let's replace this. Give it a save. Let me see. It seems that the link is still not working. Let me open main layout. Then I'll set the contact route here. So here I'll hit the edit button. Okay, it has 2 companies. Great. So now we have properly displayed contacts and companies based on the current user signed in. Now let's go back to contact controller. And the next thing that we should do is to make a bit change in the store method. Currently, we provided the company ID, but we haven't provided the user ID yet. Here we have 2 options. The first one is to attach the user ID in here. Here we can merge to this array another array, user ID, and then call auth, then get the current user's ID. Now, if we save this, and then try to enter new contact, let's hit the save button. Oops, I get error. Field user ID doesn't have a default value. We've added that in here. So what's wrong here? Let's see our contact model. Alright, here in valuable attribute, we need to specify the user ID. Give it a save, reload the page, then hit continue. Okay, contact has been added successfully. So that's the first way. In the controller, we can attach the user ID, and then in the model, we also need to specify the user ID in the available property. Now let's see the second way. I think this is the easiest way. Since we're gonna use relationship, so here, we no longer need this. Then here, we can utilize the request instance and get the current user signed in. So request, get the current user instance, then call contacts relationship, and then call create method, like so. The user ID column will be attached behind the scene. If we save this, then try to enter new contact, hit save, we got the same thing. Okay, that's it for this lesson. We've seen how to make a relationship between user to contacts or user to companies, whether in database layer, model, and controller. And now the contacts and companies records display properly. They will be different for each current user signed in. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. If we open up our contact controller, here we'll find the same code in edit, then update, show, and in destroy method. So here we've written the same code more than once. This is not a good practice since we don't follow the dry principle. Dry stands for don't repeat yourself. In a simple term, dry principle is a best practice in software development where we as developer should write the code only once. By following dry principle, it will improve readability and maintainability of our code. So the first approach that we could take here is to move this code into another method. let's say this find contact and pass the ID in, and we can then define the method here, protected find contact and accept ID, then return and paste the code like so. So now we can apply to destroy, edit, and update the find contact as we did in the show method. So that's the first and the common way. But Laravel provides a better and elegant way to handle this thing. It's called route model binding. The route model binding is a convenient way to automatically inject the model instances directly into our routes. We can do that by simply typing in our controls method with a certain model. Laravel will perform the query behind the scenes, then inject the instance into our routes. So here, we don't need to define this such method to place the query. As I said, we'll type in the method's controller with a certain model. Since we will query the contact, here we'll type in the contact model. Then we'll change the argument to contact. And here we no longer need this query. For now, I'll comment this out. Let's give it a save, back to the browser. Then here, let's hit the show button. Oops, I get error, trying to get property email of non-object. I missed something here. So, to perform route model binding, besides typing the model class in the controls method, we also need to match the argument with the route parameter in our route definition. So here, since our route parameter is ID, in our controller, it should be also ID. So probably we can uncomment this line, then assign to this variable the ID. If I save this, back to the browser and refresh, now it's work as it was. And if we try to enter with invalid number, like so, here we get 404 error, which is the expected error page. So, under the hood, route model binding performed the similar query as we did. Okay, so that's how we can implement route model binding. We can simply type in our controls method, and for the variable here, it should be matched with our route parameter. I think it's pretty common to have the route parameter in a singular form of the path, contact like so. And then in the method, we can change this to contact as well. And here we no longer need this line, just get rid of that. And now our method looks more lean. Let's give it a save, and let's make sure everything is still working. It's still 404 error. If I hit the back button, here I get the contact displayed on the screen. Let me see another contact. Okay, so far so good. Alright, let's go back to our editor. And let's do the same thing to other methods. Let's switch back to our routes. And then let's replace all of ID parameters with contact, like so. And now let's go back to our controller. Then type in the argument with contact. Don't forget to match the argument with the route parameter, contact, and get rid of this line. Next, let's modify the update method. Get rid of this line. Then change this to contact, like so. And lastly, let's modify the edit method. Contact. Then remove this line. Alright, let's save all these changes. And let's see once again, just to make sure that these changes is not breaking our application. I'll edit the contact. Hit update. Okay, the contact has been updated successfully. Now I'll delete the contact. Hit OK. Alright, contact has been deleted successfully. Great, our app is still working fine so far. Now, by default, in route model binding, Laravel using ID column to perform the query. But for some reason, you might want to use other column, let's say first name, last name, or other column. Is that possible? The answer is yes. And here I'll show you two possible ways. Let's switch back over to our editor. Then here, let's open up the contact model. So, the first way is, inside this model, we can define, or override to be precise, a method called getRouteKeyName. Then, inside this method, we simply return the column name. For example, I'll return first name column. So if we take a look at Eloquent model, then find the getRouteKeyName. Here, it's called another method, getKeyName. If we see the getKeyName, alright, here it returns the primary key. If we find the primary key, here it holds the ID column. So that's why here we just override the getRouteKeyName and return other column. Now if we save this, back to the browser, and now let's try to hit the show button. Alright, now I get 404 error page because now Laravel no longer uses ID column to perform the query. Instead, it uses first name. So let me take the first name from here, then replace the ID with the first name. Now the contact is come back. If I now comment out this method, then reload the page, this time I get 404 error page because now Laravel uses ID column again. So I'll enter ID here. Alright, the show contact page is back. So that's how we could custom the column for our route model binding. We just override the getRouteKeyName method and specify the column to return. Now the second way that I'm gonna show you only available in the next release version of Laravel, which is version 7. So here, I've already opened a fresh Laravel 7 project, and at that time I'm recording this video, this version is still in development. So in Laravel 7, if you had a route defined in WebPHP, here you can specify in the route parameter the column that you're gonna use. Let's say first name. If I now open in the browser, then I'll enter an ID. Here I get 404 error page. If I copy the first name, then paste it here, here I get the contact record. So when Laravel version 7 has been released, you can use this way. Just specify after the route parameter and colon your column name. You could specify it explicitly, or if you omit that, it would use ID column by default. Only for other columns, let's say first name, last name, etc., you can specify here. I think this feature would be very useful. For example, if you were building blog app, here you would have a route with a post parameter using slug column for the front end, while for admin you use ID column. Alright, that's the second way that you could use, but it's only available in Laravel version 7. Once it has been released, you can use it. Otherwise, in Laravel 6, you can use the first way instead. The technique that we went over earlier is well known as implicit binding. Now, let's see the explicit binding. As the name suggests, explicit binding means we bind the model for the given route explicitly. We do that by opening the route service provider. This file is inside app providers folder. Then in this file, just go to boot method. Then here we call route model. In the first argument, we specify the route parameter. In my case, contact. Then, in the second argument, we specify the model. In this case, contact model. I'll import it. Then, double colon, class. If we see in the browser, we'll get the exact same thing. So this way, we'll bind all contact parameters in all routes that we have defined to the contact model. And contact instance will be injected into the route once it's found. Otherwise, it will return 404 error response, similar with implicit binding. Beside route model, we can also use bind method. So route bind. The first parameter will be the same, which is the route parameter that we have in our routes definition. The second parameter is a closure. Function value. Inside here, we run our query and return the model instance. Let's say contact, where first name is equals value, then first or fail to return instance or 404 if the instance is not found. If we save this, reload the page, here I get 404 error page because I've bound the contact to match the first name of the query. So now, to make it work, we need to take the first name and paste it here. So, this way is useful when you need to bind your route to the model by performing complex query. Because in implicit binding, you can only custom the query by changing only the column name. But if you want to add more condition to the query, this way is come in handy. For example, let's say you have post research. Then you want to bind the post route parameter to post instance based on the slug column. Also, you want to make sure that the post has been published. Here you simply add where published at less than or equals now, like so. Okay, here I'll comment these lines out. I'll leave it as reference for you. Alright, that's it for now. We've seen how to reduce writing the same code repeatedly in our controllers method. We've learned about route model binding, which is a technique to automatically inject the model instances directly into our routes. By doing this way, we no longer need to manually perform query to get the model as we did before. Let's move on to the next lesson, where we'll learn about resourceful route. If you open up web PHP file, here we have a couple of routes definition which we are using for managing contact research. I now assume that you've already familiar with this basic routes definition. So now it's time for me to show you about resourceful route or resource routes. It's basically a route definition that includes all these routes so that you no longer need to manually define these routes one by one. So for now, let's comment these routes. If we save this and go to our terminal and type php artisan route list -- name contacts, here we'll get a message: your application doesn't have any routes matching the given criteria. But now, if we go back to our editor, then define a RESTful route like so. Again, the / in the beginning is totally optional. You can omit that if you don't like it, and that's perfectly fine. Let's keep this safe. Back to terminal and run the same command. Now we'll see a couple of routes as we had before. If you define your routes like me, whether the path or name, then what you get here will exactly the same. So method get contacts path, name contacts index, and it refers to contact controller index method. Then method post contacts path, its name contacts.store, and it refers to contact controller store method, and so on. Now, just in case you didn't follow the convention in naming your routes, for example, instead of contacts.index, you call it contacts.all, then I'll show you in the next video. So if I go to my browser and I'll test the current functionalities, as you can see, it's still working fine as it was. Now, you could also register some resource controllers at once by using resources method and pass in an associative array contains your controllers along with the paths. Let me duplicate this. Then I'll comment this one. For example, I want to have resourceful routes for contact controller and company controller. So here I can say route resources, pass in an associative array. Each item is mapping between path to controller, if I save this, back to terminal, and run the route list command, I get error because I don't have the company controller yet. Let me create that one. PHP artisan make controller company controller. Now before I hit enter, let me add -h flag. Now I'll hit enter. As you can see, there's a couple options here. For now, I'll highlight these options. As you can see in the description that this option will generate a resource controller class, while this one will generate a resource controller for the given model. So let me show you the resource option first. So I'll add -r or --resource, then hit enter. If I now open up the company controller, as you can see here, I have a full set of CRUD boilerplate methods. This will help us less typing and save our time. Now, let me delete this controller and recreate it with artisan command, but now we'll see the model option. So -m space company, or you could also type --model equals company. Hit return. Let me open up the file. At the top here, we see the model being imported. We also have a full set of empty CRUD methods. But for methods which accept arguments such as show, edit, update, and destroy, each one of them has been type hinted to company model. Or in other words, we have route model binding has been set up on that methods. Anyway, if I go to my terminal and type php artisan route list -- name equals contacts. Here I get the resource routes for contact. If I change the name to companies, here I also have company resource routes. Awesome! Now, in some situation, you might define a resourceful route, but you don't want to have a full set of resource routes. Or in other words, you want to have a partial resource routes. Let's say you only want to have create, store, edit, update, and destroy for your contact resource. In this case, there are two possible ways. The first one is to use the only method. So here, I'll comment this route. I'll duplicate this one, then uncomment this. So we can add only, then specify which methods we're going to include. Create, store, edit, update, and destroy. Back to terminal and execute the route list command. As you can see, we have some routes, but now index and show routes no longer there. The second way that you could take is to use the except method. Let me duplicate this, then I'll comment this one. I'll change this to except. This method will exclude the given routes that we specified. So if we give another save, back to terminal, here we only have index and show routes. If we want to get the same routes as before, which is exclude the index and show routes for the contact resource, then here you can replace the array to index and show. If we save these changes, back to terminal, here we get the same routes as before. The difference here is that now we're using the except method. Okay, here we'll need a complete resource routes, so I'll comment this one out, and then I'll uncomment this one. Here my route file looks a bit messy, but once I clean this up, it will look more succinct. For now, I'll leave this as reference for you. When you are building APIs or web services, you would never need the edit and create routes, because in API, you don't need your server to provide a form. You only need to handle JSON data. Although you can use only or except methods as you saw before, but Laravel provides another way to do that. In this case, you can use API resource instead of resource. So let me duplicate this one, uncomment this route, then change to API resource. like so. Actually, when building API, it's better to define our routes in api.php instead of web.php. So let's move this line into here. If we save this, back to our terminal, and see our routes again, here I get non-API resource routes. Anyway, since we define our routes in API.php, they will automatically prefixed by API. So here I can add --path and set it to API. As you can see here, we have a couple of routes, but there's no edit and create route. Again, you can utilize the only or except methods as you've seen before, but I think this one is more succinct. We could also register some API resource controllers at once by using API resources method and pass an associative array such as we did in resource method. So let me copy this route definition. I'll comment this and paste it here. Then let's say we'll define API resources for contact controller and company controller. Now, although we can define different routes for the same controller, but here we'll use the dedicated controllers, because maybe in the future we'll provide APIs that can be consumed by mobile apps or any external applications, and we'll put them inside controllers API folder. Since we don't have these controllers, so let's go to our terminal and create them. PHP artisan make controller API contact controller. Now, when you're gonna create controller for API purposes, you can add --API. This option is similar with --resource, except it excludes the create and edit methods in the generated controller. Hit enter. Now if I go to my editor, then open API contact controller, as you can see, it contains some empty CRUD methods, but here we cannot find the edit and create method definition. Here we can also add model option, so let's create another controller for company, then add --model equal company. Hit enter. If we check out the file, API company controller, here at the top we have contact model imported, and we have route model binding has been set up in a certain methods. Now if we see our routes, I forgot to save this file. Alright, here we have API resource routes for companies and contacts. Alright, let's switch back over to our editor. Then go to web.php. And now let me show you about nested resource. So nested resource basically defining your resource routes that are children of another one. This way allows you to capture a relationship in your routing. Basically, when you have one too many relationship in your database, you might find it in nested resource. For example, a post resource may have more than one command, or a company resource may have multiple contacts that may be attached to the company. So let me comment this out. Duplicate this one, and I will uncomment this one. So to create nested resource routes, we start with parent resource name, companies in this case, followed by dot notation, and then the child resource name, in this case, contacts. Now if we save this, back to terminal, and see the routes, as you can see in the routes path, the first segment is the parent resource path, then followed by its rotor parameter, and the rest will be the same as non-nested resource routes. For the route name, it will be prefixed by parent resource name, companies.contacts.index, companies.contacts.store, and so on. So that's how we define the nested resource routes. Just use dot notation in our resource route definition. Here we'll stick with the normal resource route to avoid some necessary changes in our application. So let's now comment out this route and uncomment this one. Actually, let's keep this route commented, then duplicate this line, and I'll comment this. So what I'll do here is to show you how to customize your resource route. As you already know that this route declaration will generate some resource routes, and each one of them will have names such as contacts.index, contacts.show, etc. Now, if for some reason you want to change the name, then what you could do here is to add after the resources method with names. This method accepts an associative array which maps the default name with your custom name. For example, here I'll change the index to contacts.all, then I'll change the show to contacts.view. Now if we save this, back to terminal, and see the routes. As you can see here, we don't have contacts.index and contacts.show anymore, but instead we have contacts.all and contacts.view. Okay, let's go back to our editor, and here I'll show you one more thing. So by default, we will have route parameters, which is a singular form of the resource name when we use the route resource method. If we have contacts resource, then the parameter will be contact. If we have, let's say, person resource, then the parameter will be people, and so on. Again, for some reason, you want to change the route parameter to something else. Now, what you could do here is to utilize the parameters method. So let me duplicate this route and comment this one out. Then after resource method call, we can add parameters. This method is also accept an associative array. The key is the resource name, in this case contacts. Then the value is our custom route parameter, let's say contact. Let's give this a save, and let's see in our terminal. As you can see, all route parameters now change to contact. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Let me comment out this route definition. And then I'm gonna uncomment this route. Maybe behind the scene, I'll clean up this file so that it will look more tidy. Alright, I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back. Here in our contact controller, we still have some duplicate code, as we see in index, create, and edit methods. Now I'll show you two different ways. For the first way, I'm sure you're already familiar. We'll move this query into another method. Let's cut this, then we're gonna call this user companies, and then define that method, protected function user companies, add return, and then paste the code. We can then apply this method in edit method, these user companies, and then in index method. Let's replace this with these user companies, I think we no longer need this variable. Let's cut this, remove, then replace this with the auth user. Let's give this a save, back to the browser, and refresh. If we hit the drop down, it's still working as it was. Now let's see the companies in Add New Contact page. Okay, no problem. If we see in Edit Contact page, okay, so far so good. So that's the first way how we reduce duplicate code. Just put the code in the method, then call it in our controls method. Although this way is fine, but in my opinion, it's better to keep our controller as slim as possible. So here I'll show you the second way. The way that we can do is to move this user companies method into our model. So let's cut this, go to company model, and paste it here. Now, to make our life much easier, let's add static. By doing this way, we can access the method without need to instantiate the model. Also, since we are in company model, instead of calling auth user companies, here we can replace with self : where user ID equals auth ID. And this will do the exact same thing. Here we use self : instead of this variable because we are in static method. Also, don't forget to replace this to public to make it accessible from outside class. Now, back to contact controller. Then we can make multiple selection to this method call. Now we can replace with company : user companies. Alright, let's keep this safe. And now let's make sure that everything is still working fine. Alright, everything is still working just fine. In the next lesson, we'll see how to make our controller more lean and learn about form request validation. So, join me there. We're still in contact controller, and what we're going to do now is to reduce duplicate code in store and update method. So here, we validate the same validation rules in both methods. Again, here, I'll show you two different ways. And for the first way, as you may guess, is to put the validation rules into a new method. So here, let me cut this whole thing. Then I'll define a new method. Protected function validation rules, add return, then paste the array. Back to store method, then call the validation rules here. These validation rules. Let me do the same thing in update method. These validation rules. So if I save these changes, back to my browser, hit add new button, I'll keep the form inputs empty, then I'll hit the save button. Alright, the validation is still working fine. Back to previous page, hit edit button, I'll clear the first name, and then hit update button. Okay, the validation is also still working. So that's the first and the easiest way. Now let's see the second way. So the second way that I'll show you is to use something called form request validation. Form requests are custom request classes that contain validation logic. Ideally, these things are used for complex validation scenarios, but for simple validation, it's also perfectly fine. Now, to create a form request class, let's navigate to our terminal and execute this command: php artisan make request, then specify the class name. The class name could be anything that's related to the controller, and by convention, it's suffixed with request. So, contact request. If you want to have different form requests for both store and update method, you may prefix each class with method name. So, store contact request and update contact request. Here we're gonna make only one form request that will be shared for both store and update method. So we'll stick with this name, contact request. Hit enter. Oops, I made a typo. It should be request, like so. Now if you see in our editor, here we have in app.html folder a new one called requests, and inside it we'll find the contact request. Now if we open this file, here we have a class contact request. It extends the form request from Illuminate Foundation HTTP. If we take a look at the form request, this class is extend the request class, a class that we've been working with to perform validation. In this class, we'll find two methods, authorize and rules. In this method, you may check if the signed-in user actually has the permission to do something. For now, we'll return true. By doing this way, the authenticated user is authorized to do something. Here in the rules method, we return the validation rules that will be applied to the request. So let's grab that from our controller. Let's cut this whole thing. Then paste them here. Okay, now we have contact request set up. Let's apply this in our controller. Here, we no longer need this validation rules method. Just get rid of that. Now in store method, we simply type hint our form request like so. Contact request. Import a file namespace. So this one. And we no longer need this validate method call. Alright, let's do the same thing to update method. Replace this to contact request and remove the validate method call. Alright, here you see that our controller now look more slim because now it's focused on one thing, which is handle requests and return an appropriate response. I'm sure this improves the readability and maintainability of our code. So let's give this a save. And let's make sure that everything is still working just fine. I'll hit update. Okay, it's still working. Okay, everything is still working just fine. If I take a look at the last validation error here, it's kinda weird to say that the company ID field is required. It would be better to say the company field is required, right? So, in this lesson, I'll show you how to customize the validation error messages and other stuffs. Alright, let's switch back over to our editor. Then go to contact request. Now, to custom the validation error messages, we have at least two possible ways. If we only need to custom the field or attribute name, then what we could do is to override the attributes method. In this method, we simply return an associative array which map the original attribute name with our custom name. So, for the case that I've mentioned earlier, we can say company_ID is mapped to company. If we save this, back to our browser, then hit the save button again. As you can see, now it says the company field is required. Now for another example, let's say I want to change this email to email address. So here I simply add email map to email address. Give this a save, back to the browser, and hit the save button. Now it says the email address field is required. Here I'll undo the last change, because I prefer to have email instead of email address. Okay, so that's the first way that we could do to customize the attribute name to another one. Now if you want to custom the validation error message for a certain attribute or a certain rule, then you can follow the second way. So if we enter invalid email here, then hit save. Here we get the email must be a valid email address. Now let's say we don't like this message and want to change to another one. Here, in form request, we can override the messages method. In here, we simply return an associative array. Inside this array, we specify as array key the field name, in this case, email, then followed by dot, then followed by the bulletin rules, in this case, email. Then as array value is the message. Let's say the email that you entered is not valid, like so. Let's give this a save. Enter invalid email in the input, then hit save button. Now it says the email that you entered is not valid. Now I want to ask, how can we custom all bulletin error messages for required rules on all fields? So let's say we want to have the first name field cannot be empty, the email field cannot be empty, and so on. So how can we do that? Well, if you do that like this, first name, required, the first name field cannot be empty, then email, required, the email field cannot be empty, and so on. Then it's not quite right. Here we can only define one rule, then replace the field name to asterisk, like this, and then to make the field name dynamic, we can add colon attribute. If we save this, back to our browser, then hit the save button. Alright, now all messages have changed as we defined in the messages method. So that's two ways that you could take to custom the validates and error messages. If you only want to custom the field name or attribute name, you can override the attributes method and custom the field name to another one. If you want to change the entire values and error message for a certain rule, just override the messages method and specify the message in here.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Now, before we end this lesson, let me show you two useful methods when you're working with a form request. The first one is route method. So if we call ddhelper function, then call this route and specify the route parameter, in this case contact. If we save this, back to the browser, hit edit, and then hit update button. Here we get a contact instance. We get this instance because we have been set up the route model binding. So if I switch back to my editor, go to contact controller, then remove the type hint of the contact model, save, reload the page, hit continue. Now I get the ID. Here I'll undo the last change. So now you know that with the route method, you can retrieve the actual value, whether ID or model instance, from the current route. Actually, If I go to add new contact, then hit save, here we get null because we don't have any value in our route. Now let's see another useful method. Here I'll comment this out, then call ddhelper function, then call this method. Now if we save this, back to the browser and reload, here I get post method. If I go to previous page, hit edit, then hit update button, now I get put method. So the method will return what method that we're using when request being sent. Alright, I think that's enough for now. We've learned about form request validation, we've seen how to customize the validation error messages, and we've also seen 2 useful methods when working with form request. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next section. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a resource controller that we'll be using for Manage Companies feature. If I go to App, HTTP, Controllers folder, here I have the company controller file, which I created in the last couple of lessons. If I open this file, it has some boilerplate methods. Now, since this feature required user to be authenticated, that's why here I'll attach the auth middleware in the class constructor. And also attach the verified middleware to make sure that the authenticated user has been verified their email. Now I can go to index method. Then here I'll get all companies of the current user signed in by saying of user, then latest, to display the last companies first, and then paginate to display the company's record in pagination. And I'll set it with 10 records per page. Assign the variable companies, return a view. The view path is gonna be companies.index, and then I can pass through the companies to the view. Next, I'll go to create method, create a company variable, and set it with new company instance. Return a view, companies.create, and I'll pass through the company instance to it. Now, before I jump to store methods, since I'll put the validation logic in the form request, so I'll switch to my terminal, then type php artisan make request company request. I'll open the company request, change the authorize method to through, then in the rules method, I'm going to define some validation rules. For the name, it's going to be required. For email, it's going to be required and valid email. For website, is not required, but I should receive a valid URL. Now I can switch to company controller, jump to store method, then change the argument type in to company request. I'll import its namespace. Inside here, I can make the company information persistence and link to a current user by saying request user companies create request all. After that, I can redirect to all companies page by saying return redirect route companies.index with message company has been added successfully. Next, I'll go to show method. Since it has route model binding implemented, in the method body, I can simply return a view companies.show, then pass through the company instance. For the edit method, it's almost similar with show method. So let me copy this, paste here, and change the view to companies.edit. Next, I'll go to update method. I'll change the request to company request. In here, I can update the company by saying company update request all. Once update successful, I'll redirect to all companies page. I can simply copy from store method, paste here, then adjust the message. Last, I'll go to the store method. In here, I can remove the company by saying company delete, paste the previous code, but here I'll replace the redirect route with back and then adjust the message. Okay, the CRUD methods on the company controller are all set. And I also have resourceful route already defined in here. So I'll save all these changes. And in the next lesson, I'm gonna working on the views regarding to this controller. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to display all companies from the database table to the HTML table in the applications view. Alright, I'll navigate to Resources, Views folder. Then here, I'll copy this contact folder, then paste it in the same place. Here, I'll rename this to companies. I'll firstly open the index.php. In here, I'll change the title to Contact Up All Companies. I'll also change the heading to All Companies. Next, I'll make multiple selection to contacts dot. Once all selected, I'll replace to companies dot like so. And now I have a new button pointed to proper route, companies.create. Then I have properly included the filter partial in companies folder. And I have show, edit, and destroy buttons pointed to the proper route, companies.show, companies.edit, and companies.destroy. Now here, I'll need the same form delete in this file as well as in contact.index, and I'm sure it will be used by other views where it contains a delete button. So here, I'll cut these lines, go to layouts folder, create a new file, and I'll call it _delete -form.blade.php. Inside this file, just paste the code. Now I'll go back to index.php and then include the file. Layouts _delete-form. And I'll do the same thing to index.php in contacts folder. I'll remove this, then include layouts._delete-form. I'll go back to index.php in companies folder, and now I'll adjust the information that will be displayed in the table heading section. I'll replace first name to name. I'll replace the last name to address. Email will stay the same. And I'll replace the company to contacts. Later in this column, I'll display how many contacts that linked to a certain company. Next, I'll replace the contacts variable to companies. Then I'll replace the contact variable to company. I'll replace the first name to name, last name to address. Then I'll replace this to company, contact, count. Now here I need to make a little modification in these companies filter partial. But before I do that, let me comment it out for a while. I'll save all changes and I'll see how that looks. If I go to my browser, then enter companies, here get error, called member function count on null. Let me check the company model. I already defined the relationship. Oh, sorry. It should be contacts in plural. Save. Reload the page. I think this is not what I expect. Let me go to my editor, then open company controller. I'm sorry, it should be alt user companies. Let us paginate. Save. Reload the page. Okay, I have the proper data displayed on the screen. Back to editor. Go to index.php and I'll uncomment the filter partial. I'll open that file. Then here, I don't need to show the drop down, so I'll remove it. I'll save all changes. Reload the page. It's too wide, I think. Maybe I need to keep the call here. Okay, I think it's much better. But here I have an issue. Here the clear button does not disappear. I'll open my console. And here I get an error. Cannot read property at the van listener of null. I'm sure this error occurred because I've removed the drop-down companies. So I'll switch back to my editor, then open public js app.js. Then here, I'll just attach the event listener if the element is actually found. Here I can assign the selected element to a new variable. Filter company. So here I'll add if filter company, then attach the change event listener. I think it will be more safe to always check the element before doing something to that element. So I'll do almost the same thing to other element. I'll assign the element to a new variable. Then check if the element exists. If btn clearer exists, then attach the event listener. And here, I'll check the input first before I clear its value. Also this one. And then here in toggle clear button, I'll add another if statement to make sure that the button exists. Alright, I'll save. Back to the browser. Reload the page. Okay, now I have no error on the console. And the clear button now disappears. Now if I enter something in the search input, it seems that nothing changed in this table except these contact counters. This is because I haven't attached the search scope in the company model. But here, in the URL, I have query string contains the search term. I'll switch back to the editor, open the company model, in this model, I don't need to attach the filter scope, I only need the search scope. So here I can't use the filter search scope, but instead I'll use the search scope. Here I can attach the global scope by redefine the boot method, call parent boot, then call static add global scope, then pass the search scope instance. I'll import the namespace. And lastly, I need to define the search columns and specify the column names. I'll save, back to the browser, reload the page. Okay, now I get the proper data. Great. If I hit this button, all companies will get displayed. I'll enter another company. Okay, great. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to make the add new, show, edit, and delete functionalities in Manage Companies feature actually working. Alright, I'm going to switch back over to my editor. Then I'll open the companies create delete PHP. In here, I'll adjust the card title to add new company. I'll select all contacts dot. Once all selected, I'll replace to companies dot, like so. So for the form action, it's gonna point to companies dot store route, and for the views, it's gonna include companies underscore form. Here I also changed the title to add new company. Now I'll open the form partial. Then here I'll adjust the fields. Alright, I'll save all changes. Back to the browser. I'll hit the Add New button. Okay, here I have company form appear on the screen. I'll test the validation first, so I'll leave this empty, then hit Save button. Okay, I get validation error messages displayed on the form. But here for website, I need to make a little tweak in the validation rule. I'll switch back to my editor. Then open company request. And here I'll add no label. Save. Hit the save button again. Okay, this is what I expect. Now if I enter a valid company, then hit save button again. Okay, new company has been added successfully. Next, I'll adjust the view for the show company page. If I now hit the show button, obviously I'll get error, undefined variable contact. So let me switch back over to my editor, then open show.php. Firstly, I'll adjust the card title. Then I'll adjust the appropriate columns. I'll save the change, back to the browser, and reload. Okay, now the show company page displays the proper data. Here it seems that I forgot to set the proper route for the edits and delete buttons. So let me go back to my editor. Then here I'll set up the routes for the links. For the edit, it's gonna be route companies edit and pass the company ID. I'll copy this and paste in delete button. The route is gonna be companies destroy, and here I'll do the same thing as I did in the delete button. In all companies page, I'll add additional class pt and delete, and then here I'll include the form delete partial. And before I forget, I'll grab these lines. I'll switch to show.php in contacts folder. Then replace this with the previous code. I'll select the companies, then replace with contacts. Then change the company variable with contact. I'll save all changes. Back to the browser. Refresh. If I now hit the edit button, here I get error appear on the screen and find variable contact. Let me switch back over to my editor. Then open edit.php. Here I'll change the title to edit company. Then I'll make selection to contacts. Then once all selected, I'll replace with companies. And I'll change this to company ID. So now I have the proper route for the form action, and I include the proper form partial, which is inside companies folder. Let me save the change. Back to the browser. Reload the page. Okay, now the error is gone. I'll update something here. Then hit update. Okay, company has been updated successfully. I'll hit the show button again. Then I'll try to hit the delete button. Here the delete confirmation pop up. If I hit OK, now I get 404 error page. This error occurred because I tried to go back to show page, which depends on company ID. Meanwhile, the company ID no longer exists in the database. So, if I switch to my editor, then open company controller, then jump to the story method. Here I return back method. This means when the delete succeed, it would be go back to previous page. This would be okay if I perform the deletion in the page like all companies, but it would be worse if I perform the deletion in the page where I need some information of the deleted record, such as ID or something else. So here I'll replace the back method call with redirect route companies dot index, like so. I'll save, back to the browser, back to all companies, hit the show button, hit the delete button, then hit OK. Now it will redirect to all companies page, and I see the delete success message. Now I'll switch to all contacts, hit show button, then hit edit. Alright, I'll be taken to edit contact, back to previous page, then hit delete button. Here I get the delete confirmation. Before I hit OK, I'll switch to my editor, open contact controller, go to the story method, then replace the back method call with redirect route contacts.index. I'll save, back to my browser, then hit OK button. Alright, I'll be taken to all contacts page, and I get the delete success message. Awesome! In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to make this company's link work and set the active menu dynamically. Okay, first thing first, I'll make this company's link working. I'll open main blade PHP. Then here I'll set this to route companies.index, save, reload the page, companies, contact. Alright, now I have companies and contact links all working. But the issue here, the active nav item always on contacts. So to fix this, I'll show you a couple of ways. I'll switch to my editor. Then here I'll add a new list item in the beginning for testing purpose. In here I'll call request path. I'll save this, back to the browser, hit the link. Here we have contacts. If I click this link, now I have companies. So now I can switch to my editor. Then I'll apply the active class if condition is met. So if request path is equals companies, then the active class will be attached. So here we can change to contacts. If I save this, back to the browser, hit the link. Okay, now the active class properly applied to the current link. But this way is not ideal, because if I hit the add new button, here the active class is not applied to any link, because the path now is companies create. So let me show you another way. Here, instead of request path, I'm gonna call segment and specify which segment we wanna fetch. In this case, I enter 1. I'll save, reload page. Now I get companies even I access companies create. If I go to all companies, I still get companies in here. So here, I'll replace request path with segment 1. I'll save. Okay, now I have active class being applied to the link properly. Even I go to add new page or edit page. The last way that I'm gonna show you is to use the is method. So here I'll replace the segment with is. This method accepts a string contains a pattern. In here, if I specify companies asterisk, save, reload the page, here I get nothing. If I go to companies, here I get 1. If I hit add new, I still get 1. So in contact, we have nothing or false in this case. So the is method will return true if the pattern is matched, otherwise it will return false. So now I can replace this segment with is, then pass the appropriate string. Save, reload the page, hit the companies. Here I get the companies active. Hit add new. Is still active. Show. Edit. Now I see the contact. Okay, the link is active. Hit add new. Okay. Show. Edit. Okay. Here I'll remove this. Okay, that's it. I'll see you in the next lesson. Eloquent is Object Relational Mapper, or ORM, which provides an extremely simple way to communicate with a database with minimal effort. It abstracts SQL syntax with object-oriented way. However, during your development, you might have unexpected results of your Eloquent queries, so that you might want to see the actual SQL syntax that being executed and analyze what's going on with your queries. So far we use db enable query log and db get query log to debug the actual SQL syntax of our Eloquent queries. But in this lesson, we'll see 3 other ways debugging our queries. Let's firstly boot up our Tinker. The first and the simplest way to see the SQL syntax of our query is by using toSQL method. All we need to do is to replace the get method call with toSQL. So if we have a query like so, then here we can see the SQL syntax of this query by replace the get method with toSQL. And here we can see the actual SQL syntax. Select all fields from contacts, order by, created at, scanning, limit 3. Note that this method is ideal for quickly seeing your SQL syntax. You wouldn't see the query bindings. So, if you have a query like so, here you'll have a question mark, but we cannot see the actual value that will be bound to the question mark. But I think you might have enough information from here. And if you want to see your SQL query on your browser, you can print it out using ddhelper function. Alright, now let's see the second way how we debug our query. Here we can utilize the db class, then listen for query event through listen method. This method receives an argument in a cluster. In the cluster, we can specify a parameter called query. Then, inside the cluster, we can dump the SQL syntax by accessing the SQL property. We can also see the query bindings by accessing the bindings property. And time to see how much time the query took to run. Whoops, I missed a semicolon. Here it will return null, but if we execute the previous query, change the toSQL to get, then hit return, here we see the SQL syntax, the bindings, and time in milliseconds. Now here we use the dblisten in Tinker. You may be asking, how to use it in our application? Well, to use it in our application, let's switch back to our editor, then open App Service Provider in App Providers folder. Here we can go to boot method and then listen the query event like we did in Tinker. I'll import the DB namespace. Then inside the cluster, instead of using dump helper function, here we're gonna log in our queries in log file, which is stored in storage, logs, Laravel -date.log. So log info, then pass in the SQL bindings and time. And don't forget to import the log namespace. Now if I save this, back to our browser, reload the page, back to editor, then see the last log. As you can see, now I have some queries in this file. We can also make this dblisten to only listen our queries in development mode, like so. If env up debug, then move these lines in. So if we open .env file, then change the up debug to false. Back to our log. Clear everything. Save all changes. Then reload the page. If we see our log, nothing happened here. But if we revert the up debug to true, save, reload the page, and see our log file again. Okay, now we see the query log come back. So that's the second option, debugging our queries. Now let's see the last one. For this last option, we need to install a third-party package called Laravel Debug Bar. So let's open our browser, then search Laravel Debug Bar. Let's hit the link, find the installation section, copy the installation command, back to our terminal, exit from Tinker, paste the code, and hit enter. Once installation finished, we can go back to our browser, reload the page, and here on the bottom, we'll find a toolbar. If we open it, here in Queries tab, we can see all queries that executed on the page. We can see the memory usage and time the query took to run. Okay, that's it. In this lesson, you've learned 3 different ways how to debug your queries. You can use ToSQL method that you can use directly in your query. You can listen your query event by using dblisten, or you can install third-party package called Laravel Debug Bar, and you'll see all queries on your browser. I prefer to use Laravel Debug Bar, so from now on, I'll be using it. So I'll switch back to my editor, go to App Service Provider, then I'll comment out these commands. Alright, let's move on to the next lesson, where we'll learn about N+1 query problem and eager loading. If we go to All Context page and see the query log, here we'll have 14 queries. This is a huge queries, I think, just for displaying all companies. and 10 contacts. If we switch to our editor, then open Contact Controller, then change the number in paginate method to 100. This is a way just to display all contacts. Save. If we reload the page, now I have 33 queries. The queries that you get could be different, depends on the number of contacts that you have in your database. So now let's analyze these queries. So the first query is used for fetching current user signed in, as you can see in here. The second query is used for fetching companies in dropdown here. The third one is used for pagination. Actually, we don't need to take these three queries into account. What we need to focus on is the rest queries. So the fourth one is the actual query for fetching the contacts. Then the fifth one, and so on, are the additional queries to retrieve the company of each contact. So this is something called n+1 query problem. Because if you remember, when I display 10 contacts, I have 14 queries, and again the 3 queries are not taken into account. So here I have 11 queries from 10 contacts. If we had 100 records to get displayed, then we would get 101 queries. Now you may be asking, where these queries come from? Well, this occurred because when we're accessing Eloquent relationship as properties, the relationship data is not actually loaded until we first access the property. This technique is well known as lazy loading. Let's prove this in Tinker. Firstly, let's listen query event. Then see the SQL syntax as well as its bindings. And then let's take some contacts. 3 contacts in this case. And now I immediately see the SQL syntax for the query. Here I can see the company ID is 2, 2, and 2. Now if we loop through all contacts in for each loop, then access the method relationship, here no query being executed. But now, if I loop through all contacts, then access the company property, like so, as you can see, now I have 3 queries being executed. So here is the SQL syntax. Select all field from companies where companies.id equals question mark, and the question mark will get replaced with value in this array. Now, having these queries wouldn't impact our application performance for a small amount of data, but if we need to display a huge amount of data, then it would cause a performance issue. That's why we need to optimize our query. There could be many different techniques to optimize our queries, but the simplest way is to use a technique that's provided by Eloquent called eager loading. Eager loading will reduce all of these queries to just 2 queries. How can we do that? Let's execute again the query to get 3 contacts. Here we add with the method call, then specify the relationship name, company in this case. If we now hit enter, here in the contact instance, we see the company instance added. And if we scroll up, here I have 2 queries has been executed. So the first one is original query to fetch all contacts, select all fields from contacts, limit 3. Then the second one is to fetch all companies that related to the contact by passing the list of company IDs from the first query to the in operator in the second query. Select all fields from companies where company ID in 2. If the company ID of your contact has different ID, then you would have the company ID separated by comma here. But in my case, I have the same company ID for all contacts. Alright, now let's implement the eager loading in the contact controller. So here in index method, let's eager load our query by adding with method call, then specify the relationship name, company. Let's save, back to the browser, reload the page, here I have 5 queries in total, the 2 queries for displaying contacts. Awesome. Alright, let's navigate to all companies page, and here I have 7 queries. Because I have 4 companies. So let's implement the eager loading in here. Let's switch back over to our editor, then open company controller. Here in index method, let's add with method call, with, then specify contacts relationship as we defined in here. So save, give that a refresh. Okay, now we have only 2 queries. Again, this one and this one is not taken into account in this case. Okay, so now that you know what is n+1 query problem and how to use eager loading to optimize your queries. In the next lesson, we'll see more details about eager loading, such as eager loading multiple relationships, nested eager loading, and so on.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this lesson, we'll be covering more details about eager loading, such as how to eager load multiple relationships, nested eager loading, and so on. Alright, let's firstly see how to eager load multiple relationships. So if we open the user model, here it has relationships to contact and company models. Let's say we want to display how many companies and contacts of each user. If we go back to Tinker, then run a query without eager loading, we'll do like this. If we see the query, here it selects all fields from users table. Now I'll look through all users and display how many companies and contacts that each user has. So here we'll have 2 queries for each iteration. Select all fields from companies where companies.userid and user ID is not null. And then select all fields from contacts where contacts.userid, etc. So here we'll have a lot of queries to run to get the results. Now let's clear the terminal. And if you want to eager load the contacts and companies in the user query, we add with method call and pass an array contains the relationship names, companies, contacts. Here we see 3 queries. Select all fields from users table, select all fields from companies where user ID in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and select all fields from contact where user ID in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so that's how we could load multiple relationships. Just pass an array contains our relationship names separated by comma. Now, let's see how to use nested eager loading. For example, here we want to loop through all users and we'll show for each user the first company along with its contacts count. Let's see if we run the query without eager loading. Here we'll see the SQL syntax, select all field from users. Now if we loop through the users and display its company along with the contacts count like so, if we hit return, here we'll have a bunch of queries on the screen. This is because when we access user companies, one query will get executed. Then, because we call that in for each loop, every time we call company contacts count, another query will get executed depending on how many companies of the iterated user. Now, if we try multiple relationships, like so, here we have 3 queries. Then, if we loop through the users again, there are still many queries get executed that are used to select contacts. So, because we'll call contacts of the company instance, while the company itself is inside the user instance, here we can use nested eager loading like so. Companies.contacts. So, if we scroll all the way up, here I have 3 queries, but the difference here is in the third query. It now selects all contacts which company IDs grabbed from the second query. Also notice in collection that its user instance now has company instance, and for each company, it contains collection of contacts. And now if you look through the users, there are no additional queries being executed. So, to eager load nested relationships, you can specify the relationship name in the current model followed by .syntax. In this case, the current model is user. The relationship name is companies. Then specify another relationship which is defined in prior relationship. So, in company model, it contains contacts relationship. Now, sometimes when we eager load a relationship, we also need to specify additional query conditions for the eager loading query. So, let me plug the company names Here, let's say I want to get all companies for each user which the company name contains end word. Here we can say user with, then specify an array. The array key is a relationship name, companies, while the array value is a closure instance, which accepts an argument to represent the query builder instance, query. Inside the closure, you may call any query builder methods except limit and take. In this case, I'll add query where name like end. And here, I'll take only 2 users so that I can easily see the queries. Alright, here I have the similar queries as before. But now, in the second query, it has additional query condition. You can also eager load a relationship after you retrieve the parent model. For example, you retrieve 2 users. Here, you can do lazy loading like so. If you see the query, it selects all companies where the company ID in 1 and 2, which taken from the previous query. Last, if you want to always load a certain relationship, when retrieving a model, you can specify the relationship name in the with property of the model. Let's switch to our editor. In this model, we can automatically eager load the related models by defining a property called with, then specify the relationship names, contacts, companies. If I save this, back to terminal, restart the Tinker, listen the query event. Now, if I run user take 2 get user latest first. Here, every time we run any query, we'll have these queries get executed. So be careful if you use this way. Just make sure that the relationship that you eager loaded is always needed in your query. Or you can also disable the eager loading from a single query by using without method like this. Without contacts. As you can see, there's no query for select related contacts. Now, if I also specify companies, here there's only query for fetching users, no longer queries for contacts or companies. Alright, I'll go back to my editor and undo the last change. Okay, I think that's enough for this lesson. In this lesson, we've seen how to eager load multiple relationships, nested eager loading, constrained eager loading, lazy eager loading, and eager loading by default. Let's move on to the next lesson, where we're gonna see a cool package that easily detects the n+1 query in our Laravel application. In this lesson, I'm going to show you a cool package that will help you detect the N+1 queries automatically. Open a new tab, then type Laravel Query Detector. Hit this link, go to Installation section, and here, let's grab this command. Let's switch back over to our terminal, paste the code, and hit enter. Once the installation finished, it will automatically register itself. And as noted in the usage here that if you run your application in the debug mode, the query monitor will be automatically active. Then here, we can run this command to publish the package configuration in our application. So let's copy this line, switch back to our terminal, paste the code, then hit enter. I get error, unable to locate publishable resources. Maybe I need to run PHP artisan vendor publish. Here the query detector service provider is in number 2. So here I'll enter 2, then hit enter. Okay, publishing complete. And now I have query detector.php in config folder. Alright, to test the package, let's open the contact controller. Then remove the with method call. Save. Go to all contacts page. Then reload. Now here, we'll get an alert pop-up telling us that we need to igload the relation. Now before we fix the query, let's discover the query detector configuration. Back to our editor, then open query detector.php. In this file, let's focus on output section. By default, the package will show a message in alert and log. So if we go to storage, logs, then open the log file, here it contains the detected N+1 query app contact. If we don't need to show the message in the log file, just remove the log namespace in the output section. Also, since we have installed Laravel Debug Bar, here we can use debug bar namespace. So I'll copy this, then I'll replace the alert with debug bar. If I save, reload the page, now I don't see any alert here, but if I open the Laravel debug bar, here I have a new tab, N+1 queries, and contains one suggestion. Now we can go back to our editor, switch to contact controller, then undo the change, save, reload the page. Here in the bug bar, the N+1 queries tab now empty. Alright, so that's how we can detect the N+1 query problem automatically. Just install this package and follow the instructions. Okay, that's it. Let's move on to the next lesson and see how to count the related models easily. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to count the number of results from a relationship. In the previous lesson, we've seen how to do that with lazy loading or eager loading, like so. Then we loop through the users in for each loop and count the number of companies and contacts results. In this way, we select all companies and get back a collection. Then we count how many companies in that collection. And it's similar with contacts. Now in this lesson, I'll show you another approach of doing that way, count the number of results from a relationship without actually loading them. So to do that, we can utilize withCount method. Like with method, this method also accepts a string or an array. In our resulting models, we will have a new column called relation_count. So here, I'll take two users. Then I'll add withCount method call. Then specify contacts and companies relationships. As you can see in the results, we have contacts count and companies count. And if you see the query, here we have two subqueries that are used for counting the contacts and companies. And each subquery has alias contacts_count and companies_count. Now, if for some reason you want to change the field name, you can add after the relationship as keyword, then followed by your custom name. So here, for example, instead of contacts count, I want to have contacts_number. As you can see, in the alias of the subquery, I have contacts_number, and it reflected in its user instance. We can also add query constraints to a certain relationship if we need, such as we did when working with eager loading. So let's say we want to count companies of its user which the company name contains AND word. So I'll make alias companies count with AND words. The array value is gonna be a closure. Define an argument. So query where name like AND. And here are the results. If we take a look, the query, here it has query constraint. And here, let me also add companies without any constraint, just to show you that it is possible to have multiple counts on the same relationship. You may also load a relationship count after you fetch the parent model. So here, we'll fetch some users. As you can see, in each instance, we don't have any field count. Now we can load company's relationship count by saying users load count companies. If we hit return, here in its user instance, now we have companies count. If you need to add query constraints on loading query, just pass an array contains relationship and closer instance like we did before. So if we want to load company's relationship count, which its name has and word, here we can do like this. Finally, if you're going to combine with count in your query with select statement, make sure you call the with count method after the select method call. Because if you do like this, as you can see in the results, we'll only get the fields that we specified in the select method. But if we place the with count after select method, here we'll get the expected results. And before we end this lesson, let's go to our companies page, and here we display the contacts count of each company. We've implemented eager loading in this page, so if we open Laravel debug bar, here in N+1 queries tab, we got nothing. We go to our editor, then open companies index.php, here we access context property, which return a collection. Then we call count method of that collection to count all items. Now, since we've learned how to count the number of results from a relationship, so let's change this to contacts count. Then let's switch to company controller. Here in index method, let's replace the with method call with count. Let's give this a save. Back to our browser and reload. Now we only have 3 queries. And in the third query, we can see a subquery added to count the contacts. Okay, that's it for now. In this lesson, we've learned how to count the number of results from a relationship using with count and load count methods. And with that, let's move on to the next section. In this video, we're gonna create new endpoints for edit profile feature that we're gonna build in this section. Let's open up our route file. Then here, let's define 2 brand new routes. The first route is gonna be get route for showing contact form. Its route path is gonna be settings, profile, while the route action is gonna be settings, profile controller, edit action. The controller hasn't been created yet, and we'll do that shortly. Let's call it settings dot profile dot edit. Let's duplicate this line. This route is going to be used to update the profile. So we'll use put method. The action is going to be settings, profile controller, update. And for the name, we'll call it settings.profile.update. Next, let's switch over to our terminal, then generate the controller. PHP artisan make controller settings profile controller. Now we can use our route in this settings link. So let's open up our main layout, find the settings, then here let's point out the href to route settings dot profile dot edit. Now, if we save all changes, reload the page, and hit the settings links, here we get an error telling us that edit method does not exist. Let's switch back over to our editor, then open profile controller. In this controller, let's define the appropriate methods. For now, let's define empty methods. Public function edit, and then public function update. Obviously, this controller will accessible only by authenticated user. So let's call auth middleware in the controller level. Let's define a constructor, then call the authentication middleware. Alright, let's jump back to edit method. In this method, we simply return a view. The view path is going to be settings.profile, and we'll pass through the current user instance to it. Let's give this a save. Back to the browser, and reload the page. We'll now get another error telling us that the settings.profile view does not exist. We'll create that in the next video. Alright, let's go back to our editor. Navigate to Resources, Views, and in here, let's create a new folder called Settings. Inside this folder, let's create a new file called profile.blade.php. Let's extend the main layout. Then define section, title, contact app, settings, edit profile, and then let's define another section for the main content. Now let's grab the content from profile.html in the provided template. Just copy the main tag, back to our project, then paste the markup inside the section content. If we save this change, back to the browser, give that a refresh. Everything seems good except this profile picture. This is because the profile picture is dependent on the third-party plugin called Just Bootstrap. We've already copied the file when we firstly integrated the template into our application. What we need to do is to include the file references. So if we go back to profile.html, here in the head section, we need this style sheet. So let's grab this style reference, back to our project, go to main layout, paste it here in the head section, and put this inside asset helper call. Let's also grab the JavaScript file reference, paste it here, and put the script source in asset helper call. Now let's give this a save. Back to our browser and refresh. Okay, now everything seems good. But if we go, let's say, to all contacts page and view the page source, here we can see that just the Bootstrap file reference are still included, which is not necessary for this page. So if you don't care about performance issue, you can use this way. However, if you care about performance issue of your website, the simple solution is to just load it the necessary file references for a certain page. So here, instead of including just in style sheet or something else, here we'll move it to the relevant blade file. And here we'll use yield, styles, or you can name it whatever you like. Now we can switch to profile blade.php. Then let's add new section called styles. Then paste the style reference. Let's do a similar thing to JavaScript file reference for just Bootstrap. Go to main layout, here let's cut the script reference, then add yield, scripts, back to profile, then add new section called scripts, then paste the script reference. Now let's give this a save, back to the browser, give that a refresh. Here we no longer see just in Bootstrap style sheet, as well as JavaScript reference. But if we go to edit profile, okay, it's still working. And obviously, if we see the page source, the style sheet, and JavaScript get loaded.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.